Good evening. This is Thursday, June 15, 2023. We are starting with the public hearing and board workshop for the 2023-2024 budgets. This meeting is called to order. Okay, and we will have our invocation will be led by School Board Member Nathan Russ, and Pledge of Allegiance led by Cadet Command Sergeant Major Adonis Frazier, McKinley High School, accompanied by Army Instructor Sergeant First Class Retired Travis B. Stewart. Let us stand.
If you'll bow your heads. Father in heaven, we come before you. We offer our thanks for bringing us together today, and recognize that it's easy to forget our safe passage and departure is a grace from you. As we prepare for this meeting, we ask that you would be with us. May our thoughts be led by you and our conversations inspired by you. Help us to put our own agendas to the side and seek your will and outcome for this meeting. Please grant us wisdom in times of uncertainty and clarity in times of confusion. Lead us to solutions and help us strengthen as a group. In your name we pray. Amen.
Good afternoon. My name is Sergeant First Class Travis B. Stewart with McKinley Senior High School. I'm the Army instructor, and leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance is Cadet Sergeant Major Adonis Frazier. He's an upcoming senior at McKinley High School and serves as the Battalion Sergeant Major. His duties include being Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Commander and having responsibility of over 75 enlisted cadets. While at McKinley Senior High School, he has held multiple leadership positions in JROTC, from class leader to squad leader to company first sergeant, and finally battalion command sergeant major. Dedicated to his duties in self-improvement while attending McKinley, Cadet Frazier continues to seek personal and academic improvement, where he maintains a grade point average of 3.35. This summer, Adonis attended JROTC Cadet Leadership Camp, where he learned advanced methods of management, team building, and motivation techniques. Cadet Frazier will attend the Mississippi State University STEM Camp, a week-long event that challenges cadets with real-world STEM-related experiments. Cadet Frazier is the captain of the Raider team, member of the JROTC Leadership and Academic Quiz Bowl, and a member of the Panther Battalion Archery team. He is a model cadet who has taken on the challenge of living up to the JROTC Creed and the Panther Pledge. Following graduation, Cadet Frazier plans to enlist in the United States Army as a helicopter crew chief. Cadet Frazier's qualities include his high character, integrity, emotional governance, responsibility, ambition, and maturity. Without further ado, I have the honor of introducing Cadet Adonis Frazier.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Prior to
Mr. Martin. He's middle.
Thank you. Yes. Mr. Martin?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you once again. Before we start with our budget hearing, I do have a statement or an announcement here from our president in his absence, from President School Board Member Darius Lanas. To our families, students, and employees watching tonight's meeting, let me first start by saying I wish I could have been here tonight to discuss all matters related to the budget, but unfortunately, I had a work-related conference to attend with several of our EBR students. However, I am currently watching tonight's meeting attentively. Again, I want to be very clear. The budget is still a work in progress, and what you are seeing tonight are mere suggestions put forth by Superintendent Dr. Narcisse and our district leadership team. Nothing has been written in stone, as we will continue to chip away at the budget until we get to a place that satisfies the concerns of both our community and our board. We will continue to host budget town halls in coming weeks in an attempt to further discussions surrounding the budget that allows for healthy community feedback throughout this process. Again, nothing about the budget is final, and we will continue to be transparent and open to all changes. Thank you again, VP Powell, for agreeing to fill in tonight in my absence. You're very welcome. And thank you to our board for your continuous dedication to our district. Board President Darius Lanas. Thank you. We will now proceed with our budget hearing, and we are now at item B1. Oh, roll call. I'm sorry. Too excited. Roll call.
District 2, President Lannis. District 3, Vice President Powell.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue. Here. District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday. District 8, Ms. Kennison.
Here.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Here.
All right, we will now proceed forward. Thank you. We are to item 1, presentation of the proposed 2023-2024 general fund budget. This conversation will be led by Dr. Narcisse virtually. And if we can.
Hello, Vice President Powell, hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Good. Thank you so much. Hello, board and the public. As many of you know, I've been in Broward County, Florida, having been invited to participate in the superintendent application process for their school system. The board decided on their new leader today, and I'm happy to be speaking to you here in EBR Parish, where my commitment remains. I'll be issuing a statement officially, but I was determined to be here for this important budget discussion, regardless of my location. So there's no doubt that we have a lot of work to do on behalf of the students and families of East Baton Rouge. So with that being said, I'd like to call up and invite our CFO, Kelly Lopez, and Director of Federal Programs, Dr. Sandra Bethley, to the podium to present our proposed budget. And I also would like to say, just know that this is our proposal as we continue to work through with the board on a final proposal as we make modifications. Kelly?
Okay, good evening, board members and superintendent. Tonight I will present a second version of our 2023-2024 budget. Along the way, I will point out variances between the two. The proposed 2023-2024 general fund budget includes staff recommendations for revenues and expenditures. The revenue projections are based upon the 22-23 revised budget that was approved last month. And per budget law, we are required a one public hearing in order to proceed with approving the budget. The financial summary for the general fund includes total revenues of $544.3 million, total expenditures of $544.2 million, a final balance of $69,000, and an ending balance of $111.4 million overall. The three areas affected by version 2 are highlighted on the screen right now. They include instructional staff, support staff, and the use of other funds. This chart shows the change in the traditional students and staffing over the past 10 years. This does not include any charter school students or any pre-K students. The staff count is based upon February counts of each of the particular years included. As you can see, the district's traditional population has decreased approximately 20% or 7,600 students over the decade. This chart includes our fund balance history since 2018. As you can see, there has been a steady increase in our fund balance as we know the ESSER funds are beginning to sunset and we're preparing for an increase in expenditures for the general fund. The total projected fund balance, inclusive of assigned and unassigned balances as of June 2024, is $111.4 million. The projected unassigned at the end of the fiscal year will be $91.4 million. Unassigned fund balance is those funds the district can use at its discretion. Projected assigned fund balance at the end of the fiscal year will be $20.1 million, inclusive of any inventory cost. Assigned fund balance is the funding that must be used for the particular purpose it was assigned. As a percentage of general fund revenues, it is projected to be 20%. As you all know, the LDOE has a requirement of 7.5%, and our board policy is 15%. With that, we are well within range of all. Now, I'm going to go through the general fund again, the general fund revenue again, as I did last month or 2 weeks ago. However, there haven't been any changes, so I will go through a little quicker. I won't go on each and every item. Revenue is projected to decrease by $5.3 million. Our ad valorem tax is projected to increase by 1% or $1.1 million. Sales taxes are expected to remain flat as we are going with Dr. Lauren Scott with LSU, that the sales tax will continue on as the district and the parish continues to grow wealth with the opening of Amazon and other projects. Other local revenues remain mostly unchanged with a slight increase in charter school revenue. MFP is projected to decrease by $2.2 million. The vast majority of this is due to the wealth factor and the increase in sales tax collections. Federal revenues will decrease by $4.6 million with the sunsetting of ESSER and Title I funding decreasing due to a lower student population. So the next slides will provide you information regarding our projected expenditures. Whenever there is a change from the previous version's expenditures, I'll point that out for you. The position counts for proposed 22-23, revised 22-23, and proposed 23-24 are also included on each of the slides. A reduction of $1.7 million in prior year encumbrances is also included. Regular education will decrease by $8 million, inclusive of streamlining staffing by using student enrollment projections. Textbooks and educational platforms will continue to be funded through ESSER. Magnet education will increase by $1.7 million through the ending of the MSAP grant and the opening of 2 Focus Choice schools at both J.K. Haynes and Capitol High School. Special education will increase $1.2 million in version 1 and $1.7 million in version 2 as staffing is being appropriately aligned with the student needs. Other instructional programs will decrease by $1.1 million. This is inclusive of the Fine Arts Department funding, athletic department programs, and ROTC throughout the district. Alternative school positions will be funded through ESSER and Proposition 2. Special programs will decrease by $1.1 million as our 30 ed ESL teachers will continue to be provided through the ESSER funding for an additional year. Vocational programs will increase by $0.7 million as the continuation of the Pathways to Bright Futures continues to grow through our district to our 9th grade cohorts, as well as the growth of our CTEC and internship program. Pupil support services will decrease by $0.8 million, version 1, or $0.7 million, version 2, as the district realigns both staffing and student services to align with the strategic plan. Instructional staff services will increase by $1.7 million. Continued contract services for therapists and increase in librarians are included in that total. General administration will decrease by $0.4 million. A total of 7 positions have been removed. School administration will decrease by $0.4 million in version 1, and there will be no change with version 2, as the staffing model aligns to student needs. Business services will increase $0.7 million in version 1 and $1 million in version 2 for the additional financial software and printing equipment for the graphic arts department. Operations and plant services will remain flat. The reduction of funding from the revised budget for the reopening of the 3 new schools will offset the cost of the increased architecture fees and utilities. Security will increase by $2 million. The district will add an additional director of security and increase the daytime, part-time security at each of the schools. Transportation will increase by $0.1 million, version 1, and $1 million in version 2. The DERA funding for our buses has ended. Further additional positions are needed for the removal of the elementary transfer point and the growth of the internships throughout the district. Central services will increase by $2.4 million. This includes accountability department, public information, human resources, and information technology. The majority of this increase is the return of the information technology equipment to the general fund from ESSER funding. Other use of funds will increase by $18.3 million, version 1, and $16.1 million, version 2, for the continued growth of charters in the district. The difference lies with the change in population estimate for the Great Hearts at Harveston. Administration's assumption is that they will not meet their maximum population count in year 1. Special revenue budgets I will touch on briefly. We do the special revenue as well as the general fund at the same time so the board can seamlessly approve all the budgets at once and we begin the fiscal year. Each of the slides has a compilation of grant types, including the count of staff as of February over the past 3 years, the actual 21-22, revised 22-23, and proposed 23-24. Proposition 1 is the capital project account. It provides funding for the building of new schools and the technology needs of the district. The staff included are technology team members that work throughout the district. For fiscal year 23-24, the total revenues are projected at 53.9 and the total expenditures are projected at 42.6. Proposition 2 provides funding for the alternative school needs of the district. For fiscal year 23-24, the total revenues are projected at $8.2 million and total expenditures are at $6 million. Proposition 3 provides funding for a percentage portion of every non-grant funded employee's salary. For fiscal year 23-24, the total revenues are projected at 41.3 and total expenditures at 62.9. For the 23-24 fiscal year, an 8% raise to all staff paid on the teacher's salary schedule has been recommended by administration, and Proposition 3 will fund it. The additional changes throughout the general fund are inclusive of the support staff area receiving the 8% raise being funded through general fund. Special education grants, inclusive of IDEA, provide funding, staff, and supplies for students that have IEPs and require additional assistance on their educational journey. For fiscal year 23-24, the total revenues and expenditures are projected at $11 million. As with many grants, we expect to spend all the revenues received. If you do not, we have to return them to either the state or federal grantor that gave them to us. So, as good stewards of taxpayer funding and to provide excellent service for all of our students, we tend to spend all that we are given. Title grants provide additional funding, staff, and supplies for students that are economically disadvantaged or are English learners. For fiscal year 23-24, the total revenues and expenditures are projected at 23.5. Pre-K funds provide funding, staff, and supplies for pre-kindergarten children. The MFP does not provide for any of the pre-K counts. They only provide for kindergarten through 12th grade. Therefore, all of these services must be provided to our pre-K students through grants. For fiscal year 23-24, the total revenues and expenditures are projected at $8.1 million. Literacy funds are provided to staff and supplies to increase the literacy skills of all of our students throughout the district. For fiscal year 23-24, the total revenues and expenditures are projected at $9.2 million. ESSER funds are provided to assist districts with student needs post-COVID. For fiscal year 23-24, we have a remaining $59.5 million, and the grant will close at the end of June of 23-24 in June of 2024, and we will complete the grant with the $59.5 million. So there are many opportunities with the district that we continue to work with our board through. As you know, in 2024 is the reassessment of the property in the district. Therefore, we have the opportunity to roll forward our millages again. Evaluation of all schools, whether reduced or closed based upon student enrollment and performance, is always an option. The Pathways for Bright Futures programs is allowing the streamlining of instructional programs for all of our high schools. And during the budget process, all departments were reviewed for savings. Our chief academic and chief literacy officers keep looking for opportunities within our programs. And the comprehensive staffing program allowed us to budget for teachers for the specific needs of students at each of their individual schools. Any questions?
Are there any questions at this time? Okay, and no public comment cards at this time as well. Okay, all right. Okay,
Good evening.
just a moment, Dr. Bethley, just a moment.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Finney?
Thank you. I'll concentrate on things that Ms. Lopez mentioned in her presentation, hoping there will be a later opportunity to comment on things that she didn't mention. Proposition 1 was included in her PowerPoint, but it's not included in the special funds book. That's a problem, because the administration is going to assume that they have the blessing of the board for an annual budget for Proposition 1, which besides capital improvements includes at least 30 salaries. And if you're not asked to approve it, then you wouldn't have approved it. The Proposition 3 surplus, which is gradually built up over a couple decades, should not all be spent in 1 year, particularly on raises, unless there is a plan for sustaining that funding increase. Also, Ms. Lopez said that all pre-K funding must come from grants. So I think if you look carefully, you would find that 4-year-old programs for magnet students are paid for from the general fund. So perhaps she can clarify whether she misspoke. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews?
Remember that any cut contracted positions are still paid at contracted salaries. So to cut a chief ED or a director, they can still make the $130,000 or current salary up to 2 years before accepting a lower payment or salary. Are these cuts being shuffled around within the system, or are they actually being let go? Do they truly signify saving money? Will positions be eliminated, or can someone fill it without board approval 10 years down the road? MFP enrollment projections. Please give this back to the principals. They know what they are doing, and they see the patterns. They know how many kids they lose and gain with choice. The past couple of years, the budgeted numbers has been drastically lower than what it normally is and what it will be in August. So they cut their admin, they cut their teachers, and they disrupt communities and growth just to scramble and try to find new people in August to fill these slots. When the principals in their head obviously just say, I told you so, I told you I was going to need these people. Currently, Capital Middle should not be losing a principal, especially when you've got kids jumping on the teachers. Glasgow needs to keep their AP because they're going to be over 600. Park Forest needs a math teacher. Our highest high school with growth, which would be an A if we didn't have all of the phantom students, they need a social studies teacher, and we're cutting their growth down again too. Bel Air is being budgeted at 100 fewer students than what they really have. These principals know what they are doing. Let's give them the power to be in charge of their staffing. That is why we hired them. And let's let them do what they do, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Ms. Carmichael? Okay.
Good evening, Kathy Carmichael, District 7. I just want to thank Mr. Godet. He's not here. I've been exchanging some emails with him about the charter school allocation. And just to remind the public that one of the biggest increases of the budget in version 1 was from charter schools. of $17 million. So for every dollar that goes to a charter school, that means it doesn't go to the traditional public schools. The next version that Ms. Lopez just reviewed did decrease the enrollment for the Great Hearts, and I noticed that. But I attended the IDEA Public School Charter meeting on Tuesday on the 21st floor. I was the only representative from the general public at that meeting. And upon evaluating their numbers, their allocation is also high. And I did send this to Mr. Godet. Their predicted enrollment for 2023-2024 is 2689. EBR Schools has budgeted for 2981, and that's nearly 300 more students than IDEA expects. And when I was at that meeting on Tuesday, there was only about 8 people there, and then there's 10 people on Zoom that don't live in Baton Rouge that run that school. So I just wanted to make sure that when we're reviewing the budget and we're reviewing the allocations for the charter schools, that we actually find out how many students are enrolled, because it's dramatic. As you notice, it changed by $3 million by making a change. So for all the administrators we need for our schools in the traditional public schools in EBR, we can find money by making sure that we're not giving it to the charter schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carmichael. You all, we have a very, very special guest here today who would also like to speak on this item, and this is our former Vice President, Don Collins. You all, please give her a hand.
I just want to say good afternoon and thank you for the warm welcome. Good to see new faces and a few old faces. To my school board district rep, Shoshone Stewart, thank you. I want to say thank you to the board members who are asking questions and pushing for solutions. It is very important. It is very vital. I want to say that I'm pleasantly surprised I'll just say that I'm pleasantly surprised, okay? Had to catch myself, as y'all know I have to do sometimes. And I thank you on behalf of my grandson, Eden Stephon Collins, who goes to Belfair Montessori, and my granddaughter, who's 6 months and will also be a public school student. I thank you on behalf of all the GGs and the parents, the moms and dads, the momos who take care of their kids, their grandkids, because low-income and middle-class families need democratically controlled public institutions like the one that you are here to represent. And so it's imperative to do, unlike at least one of my former colleagues who publicly said with no shame that it's not his job, despite it being the law, that it is your job to care about the budget, because these children and these families need us to fight for them to have the best education possible, because as we all know, education is the ultimate leveling field for families to get ahead. I also want to say that this year's deficit, I want to make sure that you're cognizant of this year's deficit being only the beginning, okay? Increase or a higher deficit is sure to come next fiscal year, primarily driven by 2 things. One, the expiration of the remaining COVID dollars, okay? And then the return of recurring expenses that were put on those COVID dollars back to your general fund. And then the second thing is, which has been a long history of our increased enrollment in charter schools, automatically it causes a deficit. You need to do an independent audit under the direction of your staff attorney. He is not the superintendent's attorney, he is your attorney. And you need an independent audit because your staff's hands are tied because their job or their contract depends upon the superintendent. You need to be able to get all the information that you need. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Collins.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment cards from the public, comments or questions from the board. I know that I have entered the queue, and I just had a few questions. Yes, Ms. Lopez, if you'll come forward again. I know in your presentation that you mentioned the literacy revenue on that particular slide. I think that there were 3 years worth of comparisons, and I saw that this past school year's literacy revenue was somewhat less than the previous year and somewhat less than what we're anticipating for this upcoming year. And I just wanted to know if you could speak to that, and then I have a series of questions as well.
I cannot. Those are based on CLSD grants. Dr. Bethley may be able to speak much more clearly on those than I can, but those are the CLSD grants.
Okay. And then also, I remember you mentioning just a few minutes ago that all departments were responsible for reviewing their department for savings. Could you speak to that for us for a moment?
So Ms. Smith, our chief of staff, worked with every one of the chiefs to go through their budgets and determine any savings, which were then submitted to me to prepare the budget with.
And that information is available for review?
I mean, it's my work papers. It's multiple spreadsheets of
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. And then also just to speak to some of the comments that have been provided by the public. So pre-K programs being funded by our general fund. Could you speak to that
So the
as
magnet, when you're talking about Montessori students, when they are in Belfair, for example, they have pre-K, kindergarten, and first all together. And the way the Montessori program works is that the younger ones learn from the older ones, which is why they all require a para, because you have multiple grades together. So I'm not getting MFP funding for those, but I'm not getting pre-K funding because the teacher's being paid with general fund money that's coming from the count of the kindergarten and the first grade students that are in that classroom.
Because they all share the same
Because they all
classroom.
share the same teachers, yes.
Okay.
So it's a different model.
Okay, and then the next question was in regards to position elimination. I know that Ms. Matthews mentioned position elimination, possibly salary cuts, and if the position is not eliminated, how does that reflect in our budget, or, you know?
So any of the items that were directed, that were projected as eliminations for next year that are in attachment H, those positions are being removed from the budget. Now, what happens to those individuals would have to be a human resources question. I can't answer that. I can only tell you that when administration was going through the budget, these were the positions that were decided that would be removed. So they will not be funded by general fund. Again, I can't speak to the people that are currently in them.
So does this, I don't know if this means that you'd be able to speak to whether or not, would they keep their current salary? Or that's one of those issues you cannot speak to?
That is going to be a Mr. Shamlin question if they have a contract.
Okay.
Ask that question one more time.
So if a staff member is in a position and their position is cut or eliminated, would they still keep their same salary amount?
So each individual receives a contract. Each certified employee receives a contract. And the terms of those contracts are specific to employees. We do have a template, but some of those vary. As a general rule, if a position is eliminated in the budget, then the salary goes away, if the position is eliminated in the budget.
Thank you. And then lastly, I wanted to ask about the charter school allocation procedure. So what is the
Sure.
procedure for how we determine our charter school allocations?
So knowing this question was coming, I reviewed back from 1819. And so I included all of the charters, type 1s, type 2s, type 5s, okay? So in 1819, I was brand new to this job. I walked in the door, did an estimate, worked with accountability, worked with HR, doing my best. I was over $5 million. So while it was my proposed was $86 million, we only spent $81 million. So I was off $5 million. So the next year, 1920, I got a little bit better. So we started at $90 million We actually spent 92 because type 2s come in higher, because I can only get the information from the state twice a year. I don't get to track them every month or as often as I want to through JCampus. 2021, same thing. I proposed 99 million. It came in at 101 million because of my type 2s. Now, 21-22 was an odd year. Type 2s didn't grow, which was very odd. So I was off 5 million. I started at 124. I only spent 119. So I saved $5 million. For 22-23, I'm off $700,000. I started at 136.1 and I'm paying out 136.8. So while I appreciate the thought, I do, and if I can save any money for this district, I absolutely will, and I will put it in there, and I will do as administration guides me. However, in the past 3 of the 5 years, while type 1 may not be a perfect projection, they tend to go to type 2s, not to our district schools, so my numbers aren't that far off. Just because they don't go to a type 1 does not guarantee they will come to us. So that is my concern, because regardless of what I estimate, wherever the children go is where the money must go, because that's what we do. We educate children regardless of what school they are at. Wherever their parents or guardians have decided deems best for their child, they have that right and that choice. So that is how my estimates are done. It's an algorithm. I track them. I track the children as best I can. I determine an estimate based upon revenue from the prior year, which is how the state does it. And then the state basically gives me the final tally. And I tie it back. And that's my end of the year journal entry. So that is how I've done them in the past. Now, again, if it is the board's pleasure and y'all would like to reduce additional numbers, we can absolutely do that. Let me know. I'm happy to work with any board member, any number. I'll calculate them out for you. It's not a problem. But that is my concern with adjusting the charter schools.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Stewart.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so can you elaborate a little or speak on to what Ms. Collins was saying about the budget and those funds that we will be losing and the creation of a more increased deficit?
Sure. So like we were talking about with ESSER, okay, so ESSER has $59.5 million left that we are going to absolutely spend this year. With ESSER money, ESSER was an odd thing because we had never received that much money at one time, and we had never received that level of indirect cost. So as many of you know, indirect cost basically is the money that the grants pay the general fund to run the grant, to receive the reimbursements. Typically, it is about 8%. That is your run-of-the-mill indirect cost rate. It's your restricted cost rate that is provided to me by the state. I don't get to choose indirect cost rates. I'd make them much higher. But with ESSER, we were at 26%. That is unheard of. For every dollar you spent, I got 26 cents, and it was great. My fund balance grew significantly because of that. So that is her first comment, and I agree with her. That is going to happen. The indirect cost is going to leave, and you will be back down to about $3 million in indirect cost a year, which is about right. The second one is the $59.5 million. Where do the things go? Now, albeit that 59.5 is inclusive of your indirect costs, you're really looking at about $40 million that you're spending. But again, where does that $40 million go? As I spoke in my presentation, my ESL teachers are in there, my textbooks are in there, my library books are in there, my educational platforms are in there. These things have to go somewhere. And so when the ESSER money goes, decisions will have to be made by administration and the board as to what are your priorities? What do we really need? What do you really want? And at that point, we will make those decisions. So that is Ms. Collins' fear. And I mean, I absolutely understand it. But that's what she's speaking of.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
I understand Ms. Collins' fears as well.
Sure.
The last thing we want to do is take this district and drive it to a financial cliff. And that's going to take some tough decisions that we're going to have to make. Because I was sitting somewhere over here one night, and Ms. Collins was sitting in her usual seat, and she made the comment that we were going to be facing a $50 million deficit if we did not get our arms wrapped around it. And it's almost pathetic what she said that night, because we could very well end up there if we don't make the hard choices and curtail our spending. Now, I just wanted to put that in. But and we didn't talk about security.
We did not.
Today, was it $500,000 at the state?
Yes, sir.
With the security? Somewhere in the budget, and I tried to find it, I couldn't.
Because it just came in today.
I was talking about numbers that we already have.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Excuse me. We were projected $3 million for security.
Yes, sir.
What's the highest that it's ever been?
It's never been that high.
So, why such a
So
over the
about
top?
1.2 to 1.5 is your sweet spot. It's usually where your daytime security guards are because they're kind of hard to find. The $3 million is we are going to work closely with the Sheriff's Department and with City Police so that we can increase the police presence at all of our schools during the school year to make them safer for our students.
And we're estimating that work to come in somewhere around $3 million?
We would like more of them, yes. That's the goal, is more of them.
Most of your threats come from within the school. I still believe that single points of entry, metal detectors, I still think there's a lot of ways we can secure our schools without making them look like a police state on the outside. So I really hope that as a board, we can get our minds wrapped around, let's do some things that, I don't want our kids to feel like they're going to school in a jail. And if EBR could find that many deputies, then they would be hiring them. They can't even hire enough deputies or police. So, and thank you for your one more question.
Sure.
What's the projected charter school enrollment? Was it 156 million
Yes, sir.
payout for charter schools next? 156 million.
Yes, I believe so. Let me find it for you.
And that's type ones or twos?
It's inclusive of all of them. I include all of my charter schools together. Yes, 154.2 million, yes.
And what was it 3 years ago? Dude, I don't know if you have those numbers in front of you.
I don't have that number in front
But
of me.
has it been a
Well, yes, I do.
substantial-
Yes, I do. It's right in front of me. 101. In 21-22, we ended out at 101 million. And in 18-19, I was at 81 million. Now, 18-19 was a jump of a year because we opened multiple. The IDEAs came in, bases came in. So it was a big jump year. But yes, from 18-19, we were at 81. Now, we're 22-23 at 136 and then at 154 because we're opening a brand new school.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Rust, and then Ms. Stewart, and then after that, we will hear from you, Dr. Bethley.
Yes. I have many questions, but I'm not going to ask them all today.
That's okay.
Because you'd be up here all night. But one important question I've wanted to hear an answer for is how the staffing model proposed in this budget impacts classroom size. Can you speak to that?
HR would be a better spokesperson, but let me start. Let me give it a shot, and I'm
Okay.
sure Ms. Hall will correct me. So we did not increase it all the way to the state level, which is where it is the maximum. I think it's 33 for a 6 through 12 and 28. We did increase the class size slightly to be closer to the state average. But along with increasing class size, they also included additional supports like instructional stabilization. And for those schools that have additional problems, they offered them an additional teacher, which they could use as a teacher or as a dean to help with the students.
Okay. Could you give me some hard numbers on what those classroom sizes would be and what they are today?
That would be Ms. Hall.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
So the CSM, we could send you guys a copy of the CSM, but I don't have that information with me right now.
Okay. Who would?
I would. I could go to my office right now and send it to you.
That would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you. And Ms. Stewart, did you want to share your comment?
Yes. I had a question, Kelly, and I'm pretty sure you can help answer it. Have we added in the $518,000 that Department of Education, the Bessie Board approved for the security measures recently?
We have not.
Okay.
It's not going to be added in the general fund because it has to be used for specific items. It's going to be a grant.
Right. And so
It'll
we hadn't added that along with us. Okay.
No, we just got it. In fact, Dr. Bethley hasn't even gotten the non-public portion that we have to, that percentage hasn't even been taken. We haven't even gotten any of the information
Gotcha.
yet.
I just wanted to make sure that we can account for that for next school year, though, right?
The money has dropped.
All right, thanks. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And just to add on to Ms. Stewart's statements, of course, that was published maybe what?
Today.
Today, yeah. So June 15th. All right. So Ms. Kennison, are your comments in regards to Ms. Lopez or Dr. Bethley? Okay. So, and I will say this as well. If my colleagues agree, may we extend our public hearing by 15 minutes to make sure that we accomplish our goals today? Okay. All right. Okay. So Ms. Kennison and then Dr. Bethley.
Hi. I want to ask you to speculate, and feel free to not, but if you can.
Okay.
In a broad sense of what we're looking at with the budget.
Sure.
And what it's going to look like this time next year.
Mm-hmm.
To be in the black next year, to be not.
Sure.
I've looked at all of the different budgets and the numbers, but you've been doing it for a long time, so probably have a better idea. What amount, roughly dollar amount, would we need to cut in general, like across the board, to be okay?
Inclusive of the 8%?
Inclusive of the 8%.
Okay, so the 8% is going to run you about $30 million. So you have to find $30 million to keep on trucking. Then you're going to have the ESSER money. Now, I'm not saying we're keeping all those things. That is at the discretion of administration and the board. However y'all want to do, we will do. But she can't get rid of everything.
ESSER, let's think of ESSER in terms of people, like the salaries, benefits.
So I would have to look at Dr. Bethley's slide again to see how many she has in benefits.
For next year?
Uh-huh.
So for next year, we are looking at 19 million.
Dr. Bethley,
Okay,
will you
so
come to the mic,
that's-
please?
All right, so that's
Thank you.
50 million, and then is there any other large numbers to consider?
We got to keep some of the platforms, and we're going to have to keep the textbooks, and we're going to need to keep the library books.
Sure.
So just a few
So
things.
about 40
just
million?
Roughly.
Okay.
So
So 70 million.
19 million for personnel.
if you keep everything.
Ladies, we appreciate you speaking, but when you speak, could you please step to the mic so we can hear you?
I'm sorry. Okay, 19 million for personnel, 6.6 million for contracts, and almost 10 million for materials and supplies.
Okay. So roughly $70 million. If we didn't make some huge changes, we need to find $70 million,
And the indirect cost goes away.
which was 20. Okay.
Well, it's 26%. It's like 13 million this year. in
85.
revenues. But you don't have to keep everything.
That, I know. I'm trying to get a starting off point, just so everyone has an understanding of what we're talking about. Like we're
Right.
talking about different buckets and different amounts, and we need 30 million for this, and then we forget that we need. I just want to have it all like
Sure.
so we have
And
a
then
clear picture of what
chart
we're
work.
talking about. Okay.
Movement upgrades.
So roughly just a bunch of money. Okay. Thank you.
We can do it. I have faith.
All right. Thanks. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Bethley.
My turn. Okay. Okay. If I can get this. Okay.
So I'm basically just going to give you a review of the ESSER funds. This first slide, again, is just basic definition of all the ESSER terms. And so this is the slide that is of interest to you, where you can see across the board how much indirect costs that ESSER has allowed us. So we have received 3 big buckets of funding from ESSER 1, which we have spent, our balance is 0 for ESSER 1, and we received $4.1 million in indirect costs. But with that $19 million, that included a portion that we had to give to the non-public schools. But when we received the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds, we did not have to allocate funds for the non-public. That came directly from LDOE. So with ESSER 2, we received different buckets as well. We received an ESSER 2 school choice, was basically for our charter schools, and it's because the money is given to our district, and we manage the funds for the charter schools. So with ESSER 2, our total was $76 million, and our indirect cost is $15 million. And hopefully by June 30th, we will receive the whole $15 million in indirect costs. And as you can see, it's 26.7433%. The next bucket is ESSER 3, which came in 2 actions as well, and small grants. And that was our largest grant, $165 million. So we have until September 30th, 2024 to spend ESSER 3. But again, we will spend those funds by June 30th of 2024. And then the district will receive the total of $34 million in indirect costs. So the next slides are basically line items of what we have spent, what we've allocated and expended with ESSER funds. So as you can see, the first slide, the balance is 0, which focused on early childhood and curriculum core materials. The second slide, you can see the balance mostly is 0. We have a slight balance for our charter schools. And our total balance that we have left is $211,000. And you can see the indirect cost is listed as well. So with ESSER 2, Action 2, we have expended most of those funds. As you can see on the next slide, we have a balance of $724 for student supports. And then we also have a balance with our charter schools and also with professional development. So our total as of today is $1.5 million in ESSER 2 Action 2. ESSER 3 Action 1, all of these funding has been expended except for our charter school. This was a different grant where we had to allocate funds for evidence-based activities, summer learning, curriculum materials, social and emotional health, and of course, you see the balance is $775,000, which is for our charter school. So ESSER 3 Action 2 is where we have money that we're going to allocate for the 23-24 school year. This slide captures line items, what we spent in 21-22, 22-23. And you can see our next slide captures all of the contracts and the core subject curricular that we allocated in ESSER 3 Action 2. The next slide, you can see at the top where we allocated funding for ESL instructional specialists. Next year, we will be paying for the ESL teachers, so it is captured in this slide. So we also are going to spend money on technology. And like Ms. Lopez had said earlier, our balance as of today is $59 million. But that does include indirect costs and administrative costs. So with ESSER 2, Ms. Kennison, to answer your question, you can see this slide captures the personnel that we pay for in ESSER 2. The literacy coaches, paraprofessionals, social workers, and medical assistants. So for the 23rd-24th school year, the general fund will pay for some employees. Most of these positions will go to a federal grant. And then we're eliminating the curriculum content trainers, 2 of the social workers, and 5 of the medical assistants. With ESSER 3 Action 2, this is a list of all the personnel that we funded for this school year. And you can see the total is $24.4 million. So for the 23-24 school year, we are projecting to fund 14 math coaches, art teachers, 122 classroom teachers. That is going to be the majority of our positions that we will fund. And you can see the list on the slide. So that is going to be a total of $19.2 million. The next slide captures our contracts that we are proposing to pay for 23-24. Achieve 3000, Dreambox. You can see the other contracts listed, and that's going to be $6.6 million. Then we're going to pay for materials and supplies. This will be our 3rd year where we will give all of our teachers a supply card to go to school aids. And each teacher will receive $200 on that particular card. And then the other items you can see are textbooks and technology. So the balance for ESSER 3 Action 2 is $59 million estimate. So this includes indirect costs and administrative costs. So our direct costs for the 23-24 school year will be $46 million. The direct balance amount will fund the following initiatives: expanded learning, early childhood, curriculum support, English learner support, professional development, social and mental health, and technology support. This slide captures our Title I allocations. As you can see, we received most money in Title I. Title I, we receive money based on the economically disadvantaged children that are enrolled in our district on October 1. These balances, as you see across the board for Title II, Title III, and Title IV, is our allocation. But with this allocation, we have to deduct the non-public portion. And normally the state will have that information to me, but we have not received it yet. But I will have to deduct the non-public portion. And at the bottom of the slide, you can see the number of positions that we are paying in Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bethley. We will now turn to questions and comments from the public. We have roughly 17 minutes.
Can I ask that if the public asks I'm not sure who it's directed to, but if the public asks a question, can someone respond?
Mr. Shamlin, is that appropriate for our public hearing?
That's at the leisure of the chair. That would be your choice.
So yes, depending on the time frame, yes, I'm in agreement with that. That will keep us from going back and asking the same questions again. Okay. Dr. Finney.
You are required and advertised that you're having a public hearing on many special revenue funds. You haven't touched on probably half of the special revenue funds for which you are legally required to have a public hearing. And I don't think in 17 minutes you're going to rectify that. That's a problem. State law is very specific about the public's right to participate in the budget process. This organization has a very complicated set of funding streams, and you're not satisfying the requirement for public participation with 2 75-minute hearings. With regard to ESSER money, the $40 million should be spent on one-time purchases. Not a dime of that should be spent on salaries. Furthermore, the board should demand a 24-25 tentative budget and probably even projections farther out before you even think about scheduling a vote on 23-24 budgets. It would be completely irresponsible for you to vote for a budget in 2 weeks. For one thing, the legal notice says the adoption vote is tonight, and it's not on tonight's agenda. Some of us are sticklers for thinking that what you advertise in the paper should mean something. And so I think you have to re-advertise these hearings and actually hold hearings. And that doesn't mean a token hour before you get to what you really want to talk about. It means an actual hearing for each of the special revenue funds and for the general fund, where you can talk about specific instead of generalities. A couple other questions, some of them rhetorical. You can decide whether you want to have anybody answer them. Do more cops make a school safer? Maybe, maybe not. You should, as board members, look carefully with respect to the general fund at how outrageously generously the staffing is set up for new schools at the expense of existing schools. Look and see how many people are set aside for Capital and J.K. Haynes, and see if it makes sense that that be done at the expense of the schools that already have students. The general fund budget book is very specific on where people will work. No such information is provided in the 3 pages on each of the special revenue books. Is the alternative middle school really being closed? And do you expect ever to have input on that as board members? Is a new instructional site being created at Rosenwald? I'm almost done. And will the 2 former principals just switch to APs on assignment at central office be included in the budget? And one last question. Are the administration chief positions really being reduced by half? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. Ms. Espinoza.
Good evening, board. I think it's interesting that Ms. Collins is here tonight because this is conversations that we had prior to this board joining us. These ESSER dollars were under a lot of discussion because we knew when we got them it was a temporary solution to COVID. When the superintendent came on, at that time, he had wanted to hire, I believe it was 16 positions, and said some of that was going to come from ESSER money. And I could be mistaken, and I'm sure the administration will correct me, but I could be mistaken. But it was to hire a lot of positions from ESSER funding. Now, we are absorbing exactly what Ms. Collins said was going to happen. We are absorbing those back in the general fund. And as a result, poor little old Miss Espinoza is about to lose her assistant principal job. Because I'm one of those people that this comprehensive staffing model says, my school don't need me. It's not right. It's not right. We brought people in from all over. But we're not gonna take care of the people that was here when the flood happened. You're not going to take care of the people that was here with the rift that went with Mr. Drake that is long before some of your tenure. You're not going to take care of the people that was holding y'all down. You say, we going to cut your contract, because guess what? It's in there. You lose your job, you just go back to where you were. Again, that's easy for people to say, but it's hard when you have to look in the faces of the people you're doing it to. So I said I was going to come and I was going to bring my big old round high yellow face to this meeting, because I want y'all to look at me when y'all make those decisions, because you are impacting my children, my family, my property value, my home. You want me to help pay my own salary because I own and live here, but I don't have a say in what happens here. I got a problem with that. And I hope that you take it very seriously, because some of the positions that he promised, if we're working on promises, was not going to impact the general fund, are now impacting general fund, because he said, oh, no, these ESSER dollars, we knew it wasn't going to last forever. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I grew up with 12 brothers and sisters. My mama came up with a budget every day. If we didn't have the money, my mama would say, you go in this store, don't ask for nothing, don't look at nothing, don't touch nothing. Why are we saying not the same thing to our superintendent? I wish he was here. Baby, you ain't got no money. Don't ask for nothing, don't look for nothing, and don't touch nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Bland.
Hello, good evening. I'm here as an employee and a parent and a citizen of this place. I relocated here from out of state because a friend of mine who works in this district told me that they were struggling and they needed people. I came highly qualified, master's educated, and ready to serve this community. I've been here for 3 years, and I come from the Maryland area where I will make way more money. What you guys pay your vice principals, I made as a teacher, but I took the cut to come here. So when I get hired as an APC and I'm asking in April, will I have a job come June? I don't know. We don't know anything. May, will I have a job come June? We don't know. We don't know anything. The assignments are still there.
Ms. Bland, I do apologize, but I have to ask, what is an APC?
An academic program coordinator, also known as a pathway coordinator.
Okay, thank you.
And here I am, a single mother of 2 growing girls who are achieving in this district. And we are at June 16th, 15th. My contract ends June 30th, and I'm still being told, I don't know, but you can go back down to being a teacher if this goes away. As if that's okay. That's not okay. Doing business properly, I've never been 2 weeks before a contract ended to know whether I was continuing or do I pack my stuff up, go to a higher performing district and make more money, or do I stay and continue to do the impact that I'm doing? I don't know who sets the budget. I don't follow y'all's meetings. I'm too busy trying to impact students' lives, to be honest. But whoever does it needs to call these meetings way before June 15th, when people like me and the other 13 of us are trying to figure out, will we have a job? Should we start applying? We have master's degrees. We have administrative certifications. Do we leave? Do we jump ship like some people were trying to do? Or do we stay planted and continue to pour in our students' lives? I need you all to make a decision, because I need to be able to feed my children, pay my mortgage, put gas in my car, and properly impact the lives of students that I service every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bland, and thank you for your service. Ms. Matthews.
Good to hear those teachers' voices. As we look forward in saving money, I really enjoyed y'all's plan. Just wanted to let y'all know that. And as we look forward in how to make those things go as we're cutting in savings, I had a conversation with Councilman Lamont Cole about early childhood. And oddly enough, they have reached out to this district to partner and take on the cost. CETO said no. So we done spent $8 million the first year, $8 million the second year. I think we're projected at $8 million. I had to ask Dr. Finney because I tell y'all all the time I'm not a math teacher, but apparently 8 times 3 is still 24, and $24 million would have been our raise. But there's nothing we can do about it this year. But over the course of this next year, we need to have some serious conversations with Metro Council and with Head Start, because they are very interested in partnering with us, and let them use those spaces that we are going to be voting on later tonight. I have no qualms with that. Let us partner with that. But if they want to take on costs, why are we paying for it when we are legally responsible for K through 12? And we can't afford what we are legally responsible, legally liable for. So over the course of this next year, please, those of you, open up those conversations with the people that are willing to take that on and are financially more responsible for that than we are. And look to that, especially when they've been trying and we're told no. Also, safety, EBR readiness again. After the fight, those teachers, those parents, those officers were promised that the students would be separated, would be diluted, that there would be fewer per teacher. But instead, we find out that in the cover of night, in the cover of a budget really, snuck into a whole bunch of millions of pages, hoping that you guys would never ever see it. Hoping that Storm wasn't gonna find it and blast it on the news. They slip in that no, they are packed. They have started those long forms. Those long forms were done 3 days ago, y'all. Have y'all voted on that? No. Every single one of you should be insulted by that. That building is packed and ready to go. Now, they ain't moved none yet, but it's packed. You should be insulted by that. That's a vote. There's also a new principal for Rosenwald that's in the, darn it. There's a new principal that's in your personnel changes. That's a vote for y'all too. Y'all got authority, make them use it.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Seeing no other comment cards, and due to the sake of time, we will continue moving. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. A couple of points. One, I want to express deep appreciation to the teachers and support staff who, I understand Ms. Bland's point about the uncertainty of this all, and that's not at all fair. I'm appalled by it. Frankly, the fact is, I think we all know we weren't presented basic budget information until just a few weeks ago. All of the issues that we're discussing tonight have been obvious and should have been obvious to anybody looking at the numbers for many, many, many months now. We should have been asked to be a part of the conversation. And look, some of it's on us. We should have demanded answers sooner than we did, right? We are where we are now. I don't think it's realistic to expect that we're going to vote on a budget on June 29th. I think we need to continue the discussions. I think we need to have many more public hearings, both formal like this one and informal like the public meeting that we had that President Landis organized a couple of weeks ago. I think one of the challenges that we have, and whether we should have a whole full-scale budget projection for 24-25 to look at before we decide the budget, I don't know, but I do think that it's incumbent upon us to ask for kind of what's our ESSER withdrawal treatment plan, right? What is going to come out of the ESSER funding, right? Because that's going away. And while we may get some other sources of one-time funds here and there, the magnitude, particularly of that ESSER 3 funding, that's not coming again. And it was intended, should positions have been included, some of the goal of ESSER was to provide support with people in the classroom. And so I think probably appropriate to fund some positions for that. But we're going to have to Coach Lewis's point, we're going to have to make a lot of tough decisions to be fiscally responsible and treat our employees the way they deserve to be treated and compensate them the way they deserve to be compensated. So I think we do need to look very concretely at which ESSER-funded programs and positions we are going to eliminate because we will not have money to pay for them, right? And we need to understand, because of the consequences of voting for, $30 to $32 million for an 8% raise for teachers and support staff. On top of, as Ms. Kinnison's questions illustrated, another $50 million of shortfalls as a result of ESSER going away. We need to understand what all of the, even without the pay raise issue, what are the consequences of this budget for the next year, right? And maybe we spend some knowing that it's going away, and we don't want to, get rid of that free money a year early. There's no point in doing that. But we need to know what the plan is and give everybody, in fairness, time to prepare and plan and organize their lives around that, particularly both our teachers and support staff whose livelihood is impacted this, as well as our families and whose the educational services to their kids will be affected by this. So I think we need to, and I would ask the superintendent and staff to start working as part of our current budget process on what the plan is that we should consider for when ESSER goes away. Thank you.
Thank you. Considering our time factor, is it within our rights to extend for maybe 15 minutes, 15 more minutes as our final answer? Thank you so much, Mr. Martin. I've entered the queue as well. I do have a question. I think this question might be for Ms. Hall, but I'm not sure. So I know that Dr. Bethley gave us one of her slides here. I think this says slide 16 with the personnel that's affected by ESSER 3 Action 2. And I calculated that this is about 222 individuals. And of course, I'm sure that at least 6 of those may not be considered as teachers or may not have a type of teacher or school counseling type of certification or what have you. But when the ESSER funds run out, is there a place for these 216 individuals, or will they be stuck looking for a job?
Yes. Hi. So just a note. I'm sorry. So just something to note that any employee that is hired through federal programs, they receive a notification letting them know the status of their employment. And then from my office, I send out a quarterly reminder, because sometimes we get so busy, we tend to forget, even myself from where I sit. With that being said, we have vacancies throughout the districts. We do offer other alternatives. Yes.
Thank you so much. So that means still they've been notified, but it's possible that they could end up having to look for a job.
That is correct. And we are in the business of retaining. Okay, we are in the business of retaining. So I just want to make sure that we're saying that. And Mr. Russ, I did send you that email. Thank you.
Thank you. I had 2 other questions. This may be for Dr. Narcisse. I don't know if he's still listening in, or if someone else can respond or reply. But I did hear the comments from Ms. Matthews, as well as some other constituents have reached out to me as well in regards to, I would love to know the facts that surround EBR readiness, and they're moving out of their Beechwood site and into another site. And should that have come before us? Those are my questions in regards to that. And then also the idea of an agreement with the city parish in regards to early learning education and Head Start and things of that nature. Okay, so Mr. Brickhouse, you come in to speak? Thank you.
So a plan was developed for the alternative education. What is happening is that the plan actually is scheduled to be presented to the board next month. In terms of the we had to, of course, at the end of the year, open another site. So the Rosenwald site is a site that was open last year as part of the situation in terms of trying to address some of the concerns that was happening in alternative ed. But a full review of the plan will be presented to the board at the July meeting.
Okay, but they've already started moving out of the site, is that correct?
No, they haven't moved out as of yet.
Okay. All right, and then can you speak to the comment in regards to any partnership possibilities between City Parish Head Start system and our early learning program for the sake of, I guess, assisting financially and possibly even academically?
I think that's a Ms. Warren question.
Okay.
Good afternoon. With regards to the Head Start, we have been partnering with the mayor's office. Actually, we went to Harvard last summer, and we had a great collaboration with them. So we are in the process of still working through just some legal issues and just a partnership that we want to really work in a couple of months or year to kind of really see how we can reorganize and make Head Start and our pre-K program work.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Dr. Bethany, quick questions on ESSA 3, Action 2.
Yes, sir.
The alternative teachers. So are we only going to have 26? I mean,
For the 20.
like it says there's 39 that basically have gone away, right?
Well, they are moving to general fund.
Okay. So in all, we only have 57. How many teachers do we have in our alternative sites is the question. Does anybody know? I mean, we spend less money in our alternative schools than any place else. And we probably need more money, more personnel than almost any place else.
Okay. I agree with you, but I think we paid for some of the alternative teachers out of ESSER, some of the new teachers, but general fund paid for the others. But I think you do have more alternative teachers.
Yes, because they're scattered. They're not one. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It's multiple rosters because they're scattered across the district. So the alternative ed, like EBR Readiness, EBR Readiness Elementary, High School. So it's hard to say we have 400 teachers at alternative ed. I have to scan the rosters, and I'll get that information to you too.
And one concern I have,
Yes.
there's a plan, I understand, that we're going to have overaged middle school kids on a campus with elementary school kids.
I can't answer that question, but
I'm just saying,
Yes.
that is a bad idea, period. Because you're going to get some young people are going to get themselves in trouble, and it's going to follow them for the rest of their lives. Because we were negligent in how we handle them.
understood.
Okay, and I'm not going to get into it. I think you know what I'm talking about.
I understand.
Thank you.
And
Mr. Russ. Yes.
The young ladies who came to the principals, thank you so much. I grew up in a single-parent home. My mother got her first teaching job in 1960. So she didn't have to look at us and tell us. She didn't have to tell us not to touch anything. She just looked at us. And we knew to keep our hands in our pocket and our mouth shut. Okay? So the mommy thing is still alive and well. I'm glad to know that.
Yes, Lord, it is, Coach. Mr. Russ.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. I just want to speak to some of the public that came up and gave their comments and concerns today, a lot of which are top of mind today and are, frankly, every single day and every single night as we go through this process. I can speak personally to that. My biggest concerns in our budget is the future of our school system and our employees, both this year and every year to come. I can tell you that I have personal friends employed by this district who do not know yet if they will have a job next year. I have spoken to them about that. But as a board member, I have to remove myself from that and know that I have to do my due diligence. Frankly, the very first opportunity that this board had to look at a budget was 30 days ago. 30 days ago, on May 15th, I sat down for my first budget overview meeting with our administration. This is not the administration's first rodeo with a budget. This is not their first year. I sat, and I can give you the dates and the times, in many meetings and specifically asked, when will I see a budget? When? This is as far back as February. In May was when I saw it. So if you're wondering why you're not going to have a passed budget June 15th or whenever was expected to happen, that's a great place to start. I'm not going to get into the where, why, and how. I'm going to say that I expect more, I expect better, and regardless of how this process has gone between the board and the administration, I am going to do my job. I'm going to make sure that we plan well, that we go through this budget as a board and approve something that we know will secure the future of this district, secure the future of my kids being educated in this district, your kids being educated in this district, that people are going to have jobs next year, and that we don't make the mistake of feeling great about ourselves when we've got a lot of money in the bank. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you to our staff for presenting to us today. This will be a continuing process. I by no means expect that we will have a budget to vote on in 2 weeks. But we are hard at work, I can tell you that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russ. I completely agree with his sentiments. Seeing that there are no other comments or no other board members in the queue, we will adjourn this meeting and let us take a 5-minute break, and then we will return for our full board meeting after that 5-minute time frame. Okay, you all, we ended our budget hearing at 6:26. It's now 6:33, so we're over that 5-minute mark. Let us return to our meeting. Okay, this meeting is now called to order, and we will entertain a roll call.
District 2, President Lannis. District 3, Vice President Powell.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode. District 8, Ms. Kennison.
Here.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Alphabet B, minutes, meeting minutes, approval of the school board minutes of the May 18, 2023 regular board meeting and the May 4, 2023 and June 1, 2023 committee of the whole meetings as published in the official journal. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Russ and seconded by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board? Okay, seeing no comments from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public. Seeing none, we return back to comments from the board. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. Are you not getting anything? You refreshed? Can you refresh and see if it'll? The motion carries.
Thank you. Item C, these documents are entered for information only. Number 1, monthly financial report. Number 2, personnel changes. Number 3, public records request, monthly report. So that is just simply, okay, are there any questions or comments from our board? Okay, seeing none, we will proceed forward to item D, receive as information, update from our superintendent, and in Dr. Narcisse's absence tonight, Mr. Brickhouse is making the presentation.
Good evening. Ooh. On behalf of our superintendent, Dr. Narcisse, I'm happy to give you the superintendent updates for this evening. As we prepare our student athletes for the upcoming school year, we've partnered with healthcare centers and schools to offer LHSAA sports physicals throughout the remainder of the month. These services will be offered from 9 a.m. to noon on June 22nd at Park Forest Middle and June 29th at Woodlawn Middle. You can find more details on our district's social media accounts. We'd also like to extend a special congratulations to Peyton and Paris Turner, who are students at EBR Virtual Academy. Peyton recently appeared on the Emmy Award-winning television series AVID Elementary, and her sister Paris is currently featured in the Grammy Award-winning singer Doja Cat's Vegas music video. Continue to let your light shine bright as we wish you continued success. Congratulations. That concludes our report for this evening.
Thank you. Now moving to alphabet E, reports from board appointees to committees and agencies. Are there any reports from our committees and/or agencies? Okay, Mr. Russ.
I'll just report real quick as our appointee to our BREC commission. Our commission did move last meeting at the end of May to renew Mr. Corey Wilson's contract as the superintendent of that organization. We went into executive committee, discussed his performance so far. If you don't know, they just earned a gold medal award for our park system, which is a nationwide award, meaning we, and BREC is the top parks and recreation system in the country as of this year. So we sought to retain him. Coming up at our meeting for this month in June, we will see his contract and be working on that to hopefully keep him as superintendent of that organization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President Bell, I have an update as well.
Yes, Mr.
I'm our
Martin.
designee on the East Baton Rouge School System Foundation, and the board has been working on the strategic vision and strategic plan on how to significantly increase its ability to fundraise for the benefit of our students, and I anticipate that once we get through the budget process, that we're going to ask the board chair and the foundation's top executive, Kathleen Sarsfield, to give a presentation on where we are and what the goals are as part of the ongoing collaborative work between the foundation and the school system to raise money to help our kids. So I just want to give you a heads up that that's going to be coming. I've asked them to, they're really ready to give it just about any time, but I thought it'd be better if we got through the budget before we took time to hear that.
Thank you. Okay, so we've had a report from Mr. Russ with the BREC Commission and Mr. Martin with the EBR Foundation. Are there any other reports from our board? Okay. Seeing none, we will continue to move forward. Alphabet F, unfinished business. Item 1, policy JGBA-Recess, consideration of a request for the approval of policy JGBA-Recess. Is there a motion?
I move to adopt the policy.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? Okay, it has been seconded by Mr. Russ. Okay, comments from the board. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. Very briefly, we've talked about recess a lot. I think we all heard from the incredible students, middle school students that came and testified in favor of recess. I think we went over at that time all of the significant academic research from the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and others about the extraordinary value and necessity there is for mental breaks throughout the day for children at middle school age. Right now, for some kids, they are, with a 4-block scheduled throughout the day of 97 minutes each, some kids are going for 3 straight blocks, 4 hours and 51 minutes, without a break other than to change classes. And that's just too much. I can't work that way. Every member of this board that I've had individual conversations with can't wait that long between bathroom breaks, between just mental health breaks, to unwind just a little bit and stop focusing. And so I think it's very important that we that this board set as a matter of policy that we expect our kids to have a recess break, our middle school kids to have a recess break. We postponed discussion at the committee of the whole meeting because the administration expressed some concern that the unique needs of the alternative schools, because of the disciplinary and behavioral challenges that they face, might have a particularly difficult time or challenging time implementing the policy in the same way that other schools do. I don't 100% agree with that, but in the interest of moving the policy forward for most students, we adapted the resolution to provide authority to the superintendent to waive the policy as it applies to alternative schools. And Mr. Shamlin has updated his memo, as I understand the board docs. We have a clear definition of what counts as an alternative school, and that's applicable to this resolution. There's also a process, just in case there's some reason for a particular school that they can't make this work, right, that they can come through the superintendent to the board to ask for an exception or a waiver. I don't anticipate that that's going to happen, but I didn't want to have anybody be able to accuse of micromanaging or ignoring some practical reality that might exist. So I wanted to have a mechanism by which we could revisit on a case-by-case basis if there was a problem in a particular school. I don't know that I would support any of those, but I just wanted to have a vehicle to do that. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions I have. My understanding from my conversation with the superintendent 2 weeks ago is that the administration would support this resolution with the revision to accept out the alternative schools and provide the other mechanism. And so I would ask that everybody support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have entered the queue as well. Ms. Silas, maybe you can help me with this. I have a quick question, just for a moment of clarity. Was there recently some state legislation that has been adopted in regards to recess policies?
So the legislation that was passed recently was in regards to kindergarten through 5th grade.
And it required, I think, what was it, a 15-minute?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much. Mr. Russ?
Yeah, thank you, Vice President Powell. Just want to first say thank you to Board Member Martin for producing this item. If you hadn't, I would have. Just a comment on some of the changes and revisions. I want to go on record by saying I'm not particularly keen on exceptions to this, but Mr. Martin has, through his very deft legal and lawyering skills, convinced me that there could be righteous reasons why that could happen. I will again as well go on record that if you're an administrator over a school and you expect to be exempted from this policy, you're going to have a high burden of proof to get that past me. But thank you for producing this, and I do support this.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments in the queue, we will now turn to the public. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. I trust you all vote for this rather than let the perfect interfere with the good, but I'm incredibly disturbed by the idea that people in the alternative school should just get used to the conditions of a prison. They probably need a recess worse than anybody. And if the folks that run alternative schools can't handle it, find somebody that can run the alternative schools correctly. When you decided to kick the middle school students out of Brookstown so you could have a bigger, better alternative school over there, one of the promises was wraparound services. It's time to start fulfilling promises. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. Seeing no further comment cards, we will now return to comments from the board. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Just on Dr. Finney's point, even for the alternative schools, the principals of each alternative school have to request a waiver. That waiver is within the authority of the superintendent to grant. I frankly would urge that it not be granted. But I, shook hands with him that that's what the policy I proposed would have in it, and so that's what it does. But I would hope that nobody would actually grant those, because I agree that sometimes sometimes the kids that are get in trouble because they're expected to sit still too long and longer than human nature will allow. And human nature is different for each one of us. So I would certainly encourage that everybody have recess.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Thank you. I just want to mention one more item. As this came in discussion before the board, it kind of opened a bigger discussion about how we manage our schools, their time in our children's education. And so Mr. Gode, who's not present, has made a very, I believe, excellent suggestion that we have to take a look at the bigger picture of what that means. So, in that light, I want to mention to the board that there will be an item brought by someone in the near future that is going to ask that we look at how our school day is run at different types of schools, because I think that the pressure that over time of different expectations from our kids, both in curriculum, types of schools that they're in, time of day that they're going to school, has ultimately led us to have to force to make a policy like this. And so I think we have to take another big picture look at, when do our kids show up to school? How long is their day? What are they doing at school? And so this is just a small part of that conversation, and I just want the board and the public know that we're going to be asking more and delving deeper into that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments in the queue, we will now call for a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 2. Well, before we enter into item 2, I would like to make this announcement as well, that we're about to start reviewing some of the unfinished contracts and presentations that were requested from the Committee of the Whole. And just a reminder to those who will be presenting, which will be our district administrative staff, that your presentations should be about 3 to 5 minutes, and it's generally a summation of the extended presentation that has been placed in board docs. So I did want to share that with you all, considering that we have quite a few presentations to be made tonight. So once again, this is item 2, professional services contract, Achieve 3000, consideration of a request for the approval of the professional services contracts between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Achieve 3000 in the amount of $1,391,090 to provide a literacy web-based supplemental program and professional development, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, ESSER 3, Action 2. And if the presenters will make their way forward. All right, Ms. Warren, Dr. Bethley, Ms. Smith, and I see Dr. Robinson.
Good evening, Vice President Powell, Mr. Lannis in his absence, Dr. Narcisse in his absence, and to all board members. Achieve 3000 is one of the programs that is being used for literacy support. Not just is it being used for literacy in ELA, but it is also being used in science, social studies. There's even some adaptability for it to be used in math, but we're focused in math around Dreambox. So Achieve is the tool that we're using, which is supplemental support to the regular curriculum, and that's taught for Tier 1 in all of our schools. So let me talk about some of the benefits. So I'm going to talk about more of the upper level usage, and Ms. Warren is going to talk a little bit about the pre-K lower. So students, we really encourage for teachers to have students using Achieve 3000 daily, if possible, but at least 2 to 3 times per week. There are various lessons that the students will have. This question came up a little bit earlier. I think at the CAL, we're going to be working with our teachers during Teacher Development Week, which we call TDW, to support them in the implementation of how to use it in the classroom without having to stop the class and everybody does Achieve 3000 and then we pick it back up. So we're going to be working with them to implement this so that it can be done, kids can actually do it independently within the class. So when the lessons are done, what we do with the articles that come with it is we are working on the lesson plans for the teachers. These articles are actually implemented in the lesson plan so that the teachers are not having to go and look them up if it's a science article or if it's social studies or even for ELA. We're actually placing those in the lesson plans for the teachers to ensure that they can use them, know what to do. And so the PD that we did last summer supported that. We'll be doing that again this summer during Teacher Development Week as well. We had a 99% of the students who completed the lessons. If it is done with fidelity, if they do the lessons and reach the 75% or higher the first time. So we really don't want the kids to have to do it over and over and over again, right? On that same lesson, but we want them to really concentrate on it. The first time they take it, achieve 75% or better or higher the first time. If they continue to do that, it will show vast improvement, and it's going to increase the levels of our students, the readability levels of our students, and it will result in them achieving higher on the LEAP.
So SmartyAns is designed for our pre-K through second grade students. It actually gives a diagnostic assessment for our younger students, and it provides an individualized program for them to either use with the teacher in a classroom, or the software does go through some individualized lessons for those younger children. It actually looks at the phonemic awareness continuum, so it can prepare them to begin to read by the end of pre-K or first and second grade. And so when we look at some of the data, at kindergarten from last year to this year, we had 1,617 students to 2,201 students on or at or below above level, which was really good. At first grade, we had 273 students to 1,509 students on or at above grade level, and then 273 to 1,509 on at or above grade level. Because remember, when some of the students are entering into our system at pre-K, they have no exposure to an early learning environment that is high quality. So moving them at that rate is really good.
So when we talk about the performance of our students and how they actually are achieving, we're talking about those Lexile scores. And for example, if we have a student, let's say in third grade, all right, we want to make sure that they are staying on track, which means we want them to enter third grade being able to read at or above grade level. So that would be where they would be at a 520 Lexile score. That's what we want them to have as a minimum threshold. But many of our scholars do not enter third grade reading at or above grade level. So these types of support resources is just one data source that is used amongst many to help support the teachers with developing small groups and developing what happens in those small groups. This data from Achieve, again, is one source. There are other sources that teachers are going to use, but it really will show the deficit areas where children are struggling, so that as teachers are preparing lessons, they will be able to prepare lessons utilizing this data, looking at those deficits and the strengths of the students. Okay? Try to keep 3 minutes.
Thank you. All right. Now that we've heard the presentation, if we could entertain a motion for this particular item. Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Ballou. Is there a second? Okay, it has been seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board, Mr. Lewis.
You know, literacy has been a problem, okay? I know Ms. Warren, I know you and your team, you do an excellent job. The problem I have, or the concern that I have with Achieve 3000 is the fact when you go into the slides, the presentation, on the McGraw-Hill Achieve 3000.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this on slide 5. What impact has 3000 had on students?
Is that on the Leap 2025?
No, it's slide 4 maybe.
Okay.
What impact has
Okay.
Achieve 3000 had on students?
Yes, sir.
Are these numbers, are these our numbers? Are these EBR numbers?
Yes, these are our numbers.
Okay, so where do they come from? I mean, is it district-wide, or was it selected schools?
Now, this is district-wide data.
District-wide, every school in the district.
As long as they're doing it,
Okay, so it's not. So if everyone's not doing it, then it's not every school. What schools in particular did this data come from? Did it come from Capitol Middle? Did it come from Westdale? Did it come from, where did it come from? That's
it's a
my question.
compilation of all of our schools that participated in it.
Okay,
We
what
can get you
schools participated is my question.
We
Are
can
they
get you a list of
high-performing
that.
schools or are they low-performing schools?
No.
What schools?
Well, we can get you a list of
That's
all
what I'm
the-
asking.
Yeah, we can provide
You
that
had
list
2
to
weeks
you.
to get it for me. Go ahead.
Okay. So, to your point, Mr. Lewis, all of the schools are expected to do Achieve 3000.
Do they use it? Do all the schools use it?
There's report on the report.
It's a yes or no question. Do all the schools use it?
Okay, well, the answer would be yes, that the schools, you do at least have a student in every school that has signed in and has used it.
A student.
I said at least a student.
At least a student.
Yes.
Okay. So it's not every school. To me, that's not every school.
We can get you the information on the specific
We
number of
have
schools.
the data already done that we can provide to you in terms of each school. You can see the usage. You can see how many students participated. We provided what we were asked to do for this presentation. And we can have that for you tomorrow.
Okay, this contract costs us $1.379 million. All right? You're asking for 157 PD, hours, days, at $454,010.60. It's only 180 days in the school year. So you're going to do 157 PDs at that cost?
Where are you seeing 157 PDs?
As soon as I can get to it, I will
Okay.
find it for you. That's what's in the numbers we have here. Let me go down.
Sure. Which,
I'm sure you have it. You can find it before I can. Memo. That's the vendor's contract.
now, I know that professional development is done on a monthly basis.
Okay, but
with,
you're asking for 157. That's what the contract calls for, 157. At $454,000 with a 180-day school year. You're going to provide 157 opportunities for professional development in a 180-day school year.
I honestly am not sure where you're reading that or what you have, but I can.
But I am
get the
going to
information
find
that
it
you're-
for you.
Okay. Now, I know PD is provided to school leaders.
Okay, here, I'm coming up on it
Okay.
right here. There we go. It's under the slide that says McGraw Hill, I'm sorry. Now, I think the smarty ants and, you know, all that stuff is cool. But under literacy, professional learning services, 156.
That may be something that
156. At a cost of $2,910 a pop. For a grand total of $454,063.60. And of course, they discounted $412,950.74.
Mr. Lewis, can you tell me what page you're using?
Coach, considering that we're now about 1 minute over, I know that I'm next in the queue. Can I continue with your question?
Please continue. And the question I want you to ask, Vice President Powell, is this contract sustainable? We bought it last year. We're trying to buy it again this year. So the purpose of professional development is to build capacity with teachers. So if they had the same professional development last year, why are we going to turn around and buy it again this year?
Okay. Thank you, Coach.
Okay.
Thank you.
So can I respond?
Yes, and let me ask this as well. I'm wondering, is the 156, is there 156 teachers that will receive professional development in regards to Achieve 3000?
So you have a professional development that's being done multiple times during the year for teachers, multiple times during the year for school leaders, and also our EDs are a part of that. Even our coaches are a part of that. So it's not necessarily just for the teachers that they are receiving this PD. Yes, sir, they did receive PD last year, but the PD is based upon the data and the performance of the students in the current school year. So as as students are taking the various assessments, the data is going into the data bank, right? But when Achieve now does the professional development, is based upon the current data and usage and performance of the students, not from last year.
Okay, let me back off a little bit. Okay, I'm being a little too aggressive.
Thank you, Coach, because I have another question.
Yeah, I'm being a little too aggressive. Matter of fact, my wife just texted me and she's like, "Why are you being so aggressive?"
Okay, thank you, Coach.
She knows that's my nature, but I'm sorry. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just go ahead. Ms.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so my question, and Dr. Robinson and Ms. Warren, thank you for sharing your presentation. I'm not sure if my question applies to you or if it would be Dr. Bethley. Is the funding for this program included already, just for the sake of making sure that we all have clarity, is the funding for this particular program already included in the ESSER 3 Action 2 projection for this upcoming year?
Yes, ma'am. We allocated the amount for the 23-24 school year.
Okay. And is there and I think I asked this before, but just want to make sure that I've asked again for the sake of everyone listening, what is the expiration, I guess, of our current licensing and subscription, and are we in a time crunch to make sure that we go ahead and get the licenses purchased for this upcoming year?
June 30th.
Okay, so yes, so thank you so much. So time is of the essence.
Yes.
Okay, so those were my two questions. Thank you. And then Coach is 5. So, all right, Ms. Kennison?
Thank you. I think it's important that we ask ourselves what the return on investment is for all of these things. Like it's hard to measure because it's investment in knowledge for a kid. But if we're looking at just this presentation, so if we look at 99% of students who completed 40 or more multiple choice activities and achieved 3,000 scoring, 75% or higher on their first try achieved basic or above on LEAP 2025. that is fun with numbers, and it doesn't say, that doesn't even indicate any sort of growth. All it says to me is that if you're a smart kid and you did this, you're gonna remain smart and do good on this other test. So where's the improvement data? This is just says a kid who knows how to read does well and achieve 3,000 and does well on LEAP. Like this screen shouldn't even be here. Where's the real information? Like I've talked to a bunch of tiny constituents. None of them could claim that they've learned anything on Achieve 3000. And it's a lot of money. And like Miss Espinosa, I think was her name, said, you know, if we don't have money, we don't need to spend it. And this is a good chunk that we could just start. We could start chipping away, just start. And it's not. I mean, we had a couple weeks to come up with a presentation, and this is the data we get. This is nothing. Like it's not saying anything. We vote it down. Thank you.
So we did see in LEAP last year under ELA, we did see approximately 1.5, somewhere in that market of increase, right? So when we came into the district, some of the schools were using, and I called the name of it multiple times today, Success Maker. But it was not being implemented in every school. It was being implemented in some schools that needed those supports, and within those schools, there were certain students that were using it, it was being used for their interventions. So it wasn't for every student at that time. What I will say, Ms. Kennison, is that in order for us to really move the data across the district, literacy, I'm a prime example, is of a student who struggled with reading. Because reading is comprehension, being able to really dissect what is on the written page. And it was not until later in my academic career, high school, that I really learned how to read and apply those skills to other content areas. And went on to become a teacher who taught English, ironically. But we need to have, if it's not going to be Achieve 3000, you're going to need to have some means of being able to measure systemically the performance of students across the board in terms of how students are progressing. If we really are going to be focused around improving literary skills.
Now, let me ask you this. Did you improve your literary skills on a computer or with books and people and teachers?
Well,
have you ever tried to learn how to read on a, have any of us ever tried to learn to improve our literacy on a computer? So all these measuring, we have to measure, we have to like measure the data to move the data, find the data to, well, we have LEAP testing, but if we add so many different things to prepare, let's take this test to prepare the kid to take this test, to prepare the kid to take this test so they can do good on this test. Like what then?
Yes, I think to Mr. Lewis's point and to yours, and I guess to all of our board members, what you're really asking in terms of the data, we can provide that to you. It'll be a lengthy
that's what we
format, but we can provide that information. It's done. We can just have that.
Why isn't it here? Like, why isn't it here? Like, we don't want this. We want the actual data. No, so let's not bring any more of these numbers. Let's, like, with human resources and things like that, let's come, if we asked for something 2 weeks ago, we want all of it, right? Yeah, I stuck you in there too. All right, so I'm done. Thank you very much.
And I can say with a correlation for the upper grades, we have not received our LEAP scores yet. So
yeah, for this year.
For this year. And so what this program does is uses that information that they collect in their system to compare it with the LEAP, because there is a correlation there. But if you look on the slides, you will see the Smarty Ants data from 2021-22 to 22-23.
But yes, we can, I think we'll do a better job once the LEAP scores come out to get that correlation. Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. You know, I won't belabor the point that's been made, but the statistic provided for Achieve 3000 is the equivalent of saying, well, you know, 90% of the kids who do their homework, you know, pass the class. But if only 5 kids in the class do their homework, we haven't done our job, right? So this statistic is really not providing this. I think, you know, the slide that discusses the impact of the Smarty Ants, you know, starts looking at a little more of the kind of data that we need. And we might need to look at separating out this contract between the two. But my question is fundamentally, and I think I asked this last time, is how was Achieve selected? Was there a comprehensive selection process that compared Achieve and Smarty Ants with others? I know, you know, my daughters use Lexi. I know there's a lot of products in the market. Some are open source and no cost for, you know, individual usage, may have to pay to get the data out of them and so forth. And so can you tell me what the selection process was to settle on this particular product?
Well, absolutely. When we came in, we looked at various sources of data. And then it was Achieve, and I forget the other company that Dr. Narcisse was looking at, but Achieve ended up being the company, a resource that we went with to really address the deficits of reading across the system. We did look at, I just called it, Success Maker. We did price it in comparison to, because that was a concern that came up, to Achieve, and it would have been a little bit more expensive even than Achieve if had we gone systemically, right? Because remember, when they were doing it before, it was based upon school by school selection, but this was a focus around the literacy plan for the district, that we were looking at all schools being engaged in this so that we could have meaningful conversations around data and looking at accountability. I will say, to Mr. Lewis's point, yes, you will find that the vast majority of the schools have significant high numbers of students that are using it as opposed to some others. That is an issue that we do need to and will be addressing. I've already addressed that with Mr. Brickhouse in terms of our school leaders really doing these things with fidelity. And that's something that we do need to work more on and have a plan for implementation of success for that for next year. As a former principal, you know, I may not have liked everything the superintendent had to tell me, or I may not have liked every program or initiative that I had to do, and I had achieved 3,000 and a whole about 50 more programs in my turnaround transformational school. But I had to get it done because I was being held accountable for that data. And so when we do our data reviews with principals, this is information that we've already started working with Mr. Brickhouse's division for next year when we do our data reviews with schools, our data roundtables with schools, to make sure that we are spending a little bit more time looking at the accountability measures. Because you're right, you're spending an enormous amount of money, and what is the return on investment if every student is not doing it? But I only have so much control over certain things, so we try to make sure that what we're doing, but we are going to work even closer next year around accountability. I know you guys don't really know, but when it comes to accountability, I emphasize that a lot. And so he gets tired of me saying it, but I continue to say it. We have to ensure that schools are, whatever we use, whether it's Success Maker, Achieve, whatever it is, it has to be done with fidelity, and it has to be done by every school with every child participating and engaging in it.
So I think there's two concerns that I have at the end of the day. and I certainly, I understand the premise of, and the potential for software like this, because kids really do need the human touch to learn, but software that you can use at home to supplement that learning that also measures how you're doing along the way, I can see the tremendous value in that. I've made my own child sit there and do her Lexia to get that boost, and it's helped, even though she doesn't like it and she grumbles. That said, as we all know, a lot of our students come from homes that are not the best environments.
Yes.
And this may have limited benefit for them. Maybe for some it's going to have a lot of benefit, right? Because they have a little escape tool that they can use to go do their thing. For others, it's not. So I think as we, and for any software like this, some of it's more attractive to kids and more likely to be used, and some of it's not. So I think as we measure performance, that's got to be, kind of part of what we measure. My hesitation to vote for this contract right now then stems, though, from the selection process, because what I'm hearing is that we did not go out and say, hey, all the software publishers out there who are competing in this space, and there are a bunch of them, it's not just two, right? That come show us your data, come show us your adoption rates, come show us your success. Let's evaluate that. Let's make sure that all the teachers who are ultimately going to be mandated and ordered under pain of getting disciplined, that you have to use this, and you have to use it with fidelity, because if you're not going to use it with fidelity, I agree with you, there's no point in doing it at all, right? That we've had a comprehensive selection process that doesn't need to take like 2 years, right? I'm not saying that, but that we have a real process that's fairly and openly looking at all the available options from both a budget and a success ROI standpoint. So that's my concern and hesitation over supporting this right now. Thank you. That's
Understood.
all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Almost forgot I was in the queue. So some of what I was going to ask and say was already covered, so thank you. I think, so I want to say I'm in support of continuing using this tool. One, because I do believe that we need tools like this to support our teachers and students. If you just sit down and do the math, the cost of this contract, the amount of teachers you could hire wouldn't scratch the surface of the amount of students this is touching, right? We know data shows that the best thing you can do for a student is one-on-one instruction. It's very difficult for us to do that with the resources that we have. There's certainly additional support that students receive, and that can be very effective, but I think we need to be able to attack this from every angle, and I think that is why we have this service. Correct me if I'm wrong. I do agree that at least the Amplify, not Amplify, getting off on a different side, the Achieve product, the data that we're showing is really hard to extrapolate what that means. But I'll point out that at the very least, this Smarty Ants product, they're showing like that this impacted 2,000 students this year. That is a very significant number of kids that went from essentially not at grade level to grade level. That is the magic data point that we are all seeking in education. How do we get kids to read at grade level? I agree that this is a big number for a piece of software. To Ms. Kinnison's comment, my child is at home right now using technology to help her reading comprehension. We're using MClass, which is an Amplify product that was given by the school. She likes it. I'm not a teacher. I don't know how to teach my kid how to read. I'm taking every resource I can. I want her to have every resource she can at school. If that means they get to sit her down at a table and say, here, do this fun thing, and they practice phonetics, and it helps use essentially what seems like, early AI to determine where is a child's weakness in their phonetic learning, and then tell a teacher, hey, this is where you have to focus with this student, that's very difficult to do with fidelity as a teacher and without tools. We need to give our teachers tools to do that. Moving on from that point, we've heard and you're going to hear teachers that say, this tool sucks. I will tell you that there are going to be people that have a problem with every tool, whether that's curriculum, whether that's technology, whether that's HR, like there's always going to be a problem with something. Nothing that we bring to the table is perfect. What I think that we need to do is see the forest for the trees here. This is, I believe, going to be, if we kept this product, the third year, right, that we have this. Second year? Is this school year is the second year, right? Current school year? Have we had, was this school year?
It would be the second.
Okay, so 22-23 was the first year we had this product?
I'm sorry, this would be the third year.
Okay, so 23-24 would make the third
23-24
year. I think we need to keep in mind that it does take time to get, something like, 70 different schools that were all doing their own thing to use this stuff. Obviously, as you've said, we have room for improvement there, and we can't get data that we don't have. That doesn't mean we throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's my only point. So I think we need to move forward. I think we need to support this. My only concern with this is next school year, next budget cycle, because this is an ESSER funding. Are we going to continue using this product? Is it sustainable? Are we going to do a proper RFP and look at other solutions? Are we going to have to roll this back and take away support that we've offered? So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And before we continue with comments in the queue, we will now turn to comments from the public. Ms. Matthews.
Cuts need to start now. Like Ms. Espinoza said earlier, ain't nobody getting nothing. Programs do not teach children. Teachers do. Programs are supplementary. I like iReady. It showed great growth. But guess what? I'm not going to ask you for it because that costs money. I can teach my students without asking for something that costs over $1 million. News ELA is free, and I can do the same thing with News ELA on the classroom level as Achieve. So let's start saving by cutting $1,391,090. I mean, I would be fine if you did use a portion of that to buy out Dr. Narcisse's contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Finney.
First, correlation does not prove a cause and effect relationship, as Ms. Kennison pointed out. You can get a data point or a couple of them to support anything. What's missing here from the really well-paid folks that were up here defending this expenditure is anything that resembles a convincing case that you should buy this product again. Not every child is alike. And I'm sure all of you have gone on record at least claiming that you value the participation of the human resource capital of this district. Either you respect teachers or you don't. I am incredibly disturbed hearing Dr. Robinson say that the reason this isn't even better is because some teachers are resisting it, but we're going to fix that by PDing them into submission, so they'll do what they're supposed to, they'll all act alike, and will take their individual ability to run their classrooms in the way that works best for them and their kids away from them. I hope you're disturbed by that too. 4 words you should never, ever accept from the visitor from Maryland or from any of these other people making $130,000 that work for him are, "We can get you," followed by whatever. Earlier, Mr. Russ asked for something. It should have been answered in public. It should be available in board docs. It shouldn't be an email sent to one board member. You were very specific with the first contract that was on the agenda 2 weeks ago about what you wanted really well-paid people to be able to come back and answer in 2 weeks. They get an F. They should not be retained. So, Mr. Rust is right. You will have people complaining about any product. What I have not heard about this product, and maybe I'll be surprised and there will be enthusiastic people speaking behind me about how Achieve 3000 is the greatest thing for them and their kids, and it was great for them, and so maybe it's great for another 40,000 students. I'll be waiting. I'll try not to hold my breath, though, because I like to remain alive. But most important, you don't have an ESSER 3 Action 2 budget. You're nowhere close to it. You don't have school open in July. At the very least, defer this, but I don't think you have evidence that supports spending another $1.3 million, as Ms. Matthews points out. There are other ways to spend this money, and I do have a suggestion for how you can spend some of the ESSER money. You can move Dr. Narcise's contract, since he's a temporary employee, looking for other work, entirely from the general fund over to ESSER. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Carmichael.
Good evening, Kathy Carmichael, District 7. I just wanted to quote Mr. Robinson when he was speaking about Achieve 2000, that the teachers are really encouraged or required to use the product. So teachers are mandated to use it. So when we make our teachers use a system, that means they don't get to do the lesson that they have planned, or teach the poem that they want to teach, or the book or the novel, because they are required to stop and teach this particular program that comes from the top. So we're undermining them as professionals, telling them to do that. So I understand that Achieve 3000 is great for some kids, and some kids might need more minutes than others. But all of you like to talk about equity, and equity is not the same for every kid. It's what every kid needs. So if one kid at school A needs 32 minutes of Achieve 3000, well, and we figured that out and the teacher thinks it'll work, then let's do that. But if another kid at school B doesn't need that and they're going to read a novel, then let's let them read the novel and not look at the screen. And maybe they don't need to do all those minutes at home because they're going to be working on something else. So when we mandate it for every single student, we're really not serving every single student every single day in the way they need to be served. And it's really expensive. And so we can figure out other ways to make that work. Because I've had kids in this district for many years. I could name off all the programs, Think Through Math, Lexia, I mean, all the different ones that the teachers discovered that they need. What was the spelling one? There was another spelling one. So there's tons of programs out there. But let's not make the teachers do it. That stresses them out and doesn't let them teach. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Espinoza.
I will be brief. My name's Tamara Espinoza. I will be very brief. I heard when Dr. Robinson was talking, and I just thought about what he had said, and it was kind of glanced over. But you want $1.3 million to use a program that you've had for 2 years, and you've only seen 1.5% growth for Achieve 3000, which is for 3 through 12. Well, let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and give the numbers that let's pretend East Baton Rouge Parish has 41,000 3rd through 12th graders. That's only 410 kids. That are benefiting. And it's true. But I also want you to think about, yes, we do need interventions. Yes, there are things that need to be done. Kids cannot read. But we're putting them on this program that we're requiring you to sit down and do this. But when are they going to get the intervention that they actually need with a teacher? If we can put an interventionist back into school, they could get the LLI programs that are collecting dust in the Dibbles rooms. We could use the Reading 180 programs that we have that have been collecting dust, and the only thing enjoying them are the bugs that like to eat paper. There are so much resources in this district that no one's ever sat down and looked at what programs do we actually have. Is there a way we can use some of those? But no, we're just gonna go and buy the next shiny car every year because it's pretty, it's got leather seats, it's nice and warm in the winter. But I don't know, because I've been driving the same car for about 6 years, so I get used to it. I drove my other car to the flood, took it out after I made the last payment. So like I say, I mean, I just think about that. And I'll get the smarty ants for the K2, but for 3 through 12, if they don't make a 75% or better, I can't read in the first place. You know I can't read, but you want me to get on a program that make me read. I can't read. I need somebody to help me blend, make sounds, give me CVC. I need that. And it may work for some children who are ready, just like she said, but it's not one size fits all. If that was the case, we would be an A district because everything we do would be perfect if everybody could benefit from everything we do. They don't. Every child is different.
Thank you, Ms. Espinoza. Not seeing any other public comment cards, we will now return to comments from the board. Mr. Lewis. 5 minutes, Mr. Lewis.
I'm not gonna need 5. But I'd like to say this. First of all, Ms. Warren and her team, Mr. Robinson, you guys work extremely hard. And there's no doubt in my mind that you have the best interests of our kids at heart. Ms. Espinosa made comments about the programs, and there's tons of programs out there. But I had a very wise educator make a point to me just a few days ago that all of the programming and all these things that we have at our disposal, one thing makes a difference in a child learning, and that is a great teacher. A great teacher makes the difference. Before programming and all these things became so in vogue, you had great teachers teaching children how to be great. A lot of it was done without equity. A lot of it was done in schools that were underfunded, but you had great teachers. So if you've got a good teacher, you do what you have to do to make that teacher a great teacher. Kids are wired differently. I've got grandkids that could operate a computer at 4 years old. All I had to do was turn it on and put the password in. In 1997, I had a computer in my office. I turned it on twice. I was scared to death of it. Kids are wired differently. What's needed are great teachers, and what's needed is ways and means to support them, to help them go from good to great or from great to greater. That's how we're going to solve our issues in this district. We're going to have to streamline. We're going to have to operate this district like a district that only has 30-some-odd thousand students. And we're going to have to put great teachers in front of them and allow them to teach. We're going to have to allow principals autonomy in their schools to run their schools the way that they know how best to run their schools without being micromanaged. A few years ago, I was at a school that was a failing school, and there was all these programs. The principal, and I hope she's not watching because she swore me to secrecy, about 15 years ago, she went into her pocket and she went out and purchased Hooked on Phonics. The year before, the year she did that, we barely missed coming out of corrective action. When she put the Hooks and Phonics in place, guess what happened the next year? We came out of corrective action in flying colors, and then the state superintendent moved the goalpost. And we went right back in. But she had great teachers, and your mother, Ms. Smith, was one of them. We had great teachers in that school, educating kids that were free and reduced lunch from single parent homes, no parent homes. We had students who came to school because they had a great teacher standing in front of them every day, who went to battle for them every day. That's what's going to make the difference. Programming is one thing, it's all good, it's all great, because that's how our kids learn nowadays. They wire it differently. But it's still going to take a great teacher. Vice President Powell, 29 seconds.
Yes, thank you. I've entered the queue as well, and I know that some of you may have seen some of the at least a portion of the statement that myself and my colleague, Mr. Lewis, actually presented to the public within the last 24 hours. And within that, one of the comments was whether or not we're taking a look at the recommended programs that are available through our state that could possibly be at a free cost or a more of a reduced cost. And so that's one of my rhetorical questions. I'm not asking anyone to answer it tonight, but just simply, are we looking at comparable state recommended programs that might be at a cheaper cost than $1.3 million? Then also, you know, we have seen the data from Smarty Ants. We have seen the data that we have from EBR. And just as Coach mentioned as well, I wonder if we allow principals to use part of their Title I funding or what have you to support these programs, and for schools that may not need Achieve 3000, that they would be given the opportunity to choose a program that is fitting for their school. And so I just hope that this is something that we think about moving forward, that we, you know, assess what is available to us. And then at the same time that we give our principals some autonomy behind what they use and what their students and their families need as well. You know, Achieve 3000 may not be it, but iReady might be it. You know, so with that in mind, I think that that's just something that we need to consider moving forward. Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. I really want to agree with my colleague, Mr. Russ, that, you know, there's always going to be disagreement. You can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. You've got to move forward with something. But I think, as several other members have pointed out, one of the questions that we have here is a centralized versus distributed nature of the system, right? And the mandate, the centralized mandate that all schools use this one single program is one that speaks to centralized management of fundamental educational decisions. And in some cases that might be necessary. Certainly centralized accountability measures are important to ensure that we have high quality, but centralized control and mandates of specific pedagogical techniques or pedagogical tools may not be the most appropriate. Maybe we should be looking instead to say, look, we'll have contracts for, you know, with 2 or 3 different of these providers, and each school can choose which one they want to use, you know, and that's most appropriate for their particular environment and their teachers and their principal. Maybe we need to understand that we have to be very frugal fiscally right now, right? We are not a wealthy school system. We need to make sure that if there are free resources that we can use, individual teachers can use, like News ELA that Ms. Matthews talked about, that we take advantage of those where we can. And so we need to, if we're going to spend a large sum of money, which, per student is not a large sum of money, but collectively it's a large sum of money. And it's not that, Mr. Russ is certainly correct. The $1.3 million is not going to, magically allow us to fund a huge teacher pay raise or keep all the ESSER programs, but $1 million here, $1 million there, to paraphrase Russell Long, pretty soon you're talking about real money. And so we've got to have that mindset in everything that we do. And so I think with that in mind, I'm not going to be able to support this contract, combined with my concern that we haven't actually ever from the beginning done a real comprehensive review of what the best tool would be. Even if we were going to decide appropriately to centralize this function, we should be, should have from the beginning been very much more open and looking at all of the different options. And I just don't fundamentally believe we were. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Madam Vice President, I'd like to move to table this item until the next regular board meeting.
It has been moved by Mr. Russ to table item 2 until the next board meeting. Is there a second? Second. Okay, it has been seconded by Mr. Lewis.
Point of order, was Mr. Rust one of the second on the original motion?
Oh, yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I'd be willing, if somebody offers that up as a friendly, I'd be willing to accept it.
I'll offer that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Okay. So considering that, we will now entertain a vote, since that was a friendly amendment, that we would table this item until the next board meeting.
That's tabled until the next regular meeting of the board, correct?
So the next regular meeting would be July's regular meeting, yes.
Please vote.
Are we voting to table it, or are we voting on it? We're voting to table it, because it doesn't say that, does it?
It says
It says
defer.
motion to defer.
Oh, just kidding.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 3 of unfinished business, professional services contract, Amplify. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Amplify in the amount of $22,200 to support the implementation of Dibbles assessments and related services for 2023-2024 school year. Strategic alignment, academic achievement, funding source, general fund. Okay, Ms. Okonski?
Thank you, Ms. Powell, and good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak on this item. A little bit of background and context. We're familiar with Dibbles. We had to do the add-on last school year to add on grade 4 for the literacy assessment. This is the professional development contract. This is the companion piece. Mr. Russ, you spoke to my heart a minute ago. So this is what trains our teachers on how to administer the version of Dibbles that we use, as well as the M-class intervention that comes in between the assessment cycles. So the product, the return on the investment, I hope you're seeing in your house right now through your own child. We're following a train the trainer model. In the next 30 to 45 days, every principal will turn in a name to accountability of who their Dibbles coordinator is, who their LEAP person is, who their ACT person is, and so forth. What we're going to do with the Amplify team is we're going to bring in our leads at each school, as well as our district leads. We'll train them. That's our first initial training. We'll do the assessment the first 30 days of school. Then we'll bring those leads back before the 45th day for that M-class training. How do you do the interventions in between? I have 6 days to play with after that we will keep in our pocket to use as we need after each assessment cycle. Do we need to go into the data analysis? Is there a particular area where folks are struggling with? Please know that this contract is the minimal package that you can purchase from Amplify, because we're in year 2. But I appreciated your comments earlier, Mr. Russ, that even in year 2, the first year you're learning to fly the plane. Now it's like, oh, what is this button? What does this do? There are things that we need to get better at. So we're doing a gradual release model where we're scaling back. And so if we don't need the days, we don't use them, we don't get charged for them. And so we pay as we go. And so this is asking you to allow us up to $22,000 to do that job-embedded professional learning so that we can support our teachers with product implementation. Our DIBEL scores that become public, they're part of our KPIs. That really speaks to the return on this investment, as well as Amplify does a good job of qualitatively gathering data from teachers. After each professional development session, how did it go? What do you need next time? As a matter of fact, one of those last sessions for this school year will take place next Tuesday with district staff. We'll evaluate what worked well, what didn't work well. We'll go through our data at the district level, but they're also going to bring in national comparisons for us so that we can use that data to plan forward for next year. So I'll pause there because I try to be brief, Ms. Powell, to see if there are any questions or any areas I didn't touch on.
Thank you, Ms. Okonski. Okay, so we will now entertain a motion for item 3. Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Mr. Lewis. And are there any comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. 2 observations. 22,000 is a lot less than 1.3 million. And it says general fund. You have a 300 or 400 page general fund book. It would be nice if the administration would have added 3 or 4 more words so you could tell where in the general fund this will come from and made that a standard practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comment cards, we will now return to comments from the board. And seeing none, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion fails.
Thank you. Okay, item 4, professional services contracts, workforce.
I apologize. It passes. Carries. Sorry. Can't count.
Okay. So once again, item 3, professional services contract, Amplify, did pass for the record. Okay. Item 4, professional services contract, workforce development, consideration of a request for the approval of professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following. A, define careers in the amount of $250,650 to provide a digital work-based learning platform that supports student career exploration lessons, activities, and experience reflections in grades 4 through 12. Strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, career development fund, CDF. B, U-Science Seamless WBL in the amount of $24,734.20 to provide a digital workforce experience platform to document student work-based experience and coordinate business partnerships. Strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, career development funds, CDF. Ms. Scott Spalding.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. Good evening, board members. For Divine Careers, obviously it's a career exploration opportunity. The selection process was managed with a chamber and a community effort over 5 months. There were principals, teachers, parents, business owners, many people from career and tech education that participated in the process to be able to select the programming. This is the only K-12 platform for career exploration. Once the programming was selected, we brought it to the board approved it, and we began in February of this year. So we're bringing it back because our contract is actually through December. But that means we would be in the middle of the school year, right? And so the goal was to bring it and have a year and a half approved so that we can get through the remainder of not only 23-24, but 24-25. Obviously, we can make amendments to that per the board's direction. So whatever your pleasure is, we can make that happen. I'll tell you the career progression through Defined Learning is a career awareness. Again, it's a platform for K through 12. Currently, EBR is using it 4 through 12. There's been over 80,000 uses. 80,000 students have gone in to look at the platform for career awareness or building out their portfolio to understand the types of careers or the types of pathways that they're interested in. Most of our use has been from the high school, but again, every school has been able to use it. The first month, there were over 10,000 opportunities for students to go into the platform for use. With the 6th through 12th grade experiences, there's a list of 16 clusters of career industries, and that equates to over 75 jobs that are truly available now within this community for students to explore and become aware and familiar with and to understand. There's hands-on career experiences, and the students prepare with soft skill utilization, and there's a full assessment, not only of their values, but their skills and their interests. We literally had a meeting at the chamber earlier this week, and business and industry was asking, we're supporting the internship program. How do we know the students are placed in a career that they have interests and aptitude for? And so Defined Careers does that. I guess I won't belabor much of this, but I'll say that some of the return on investment is obviously students understanding what career offerings are, understanding even 5 to 6 layers deep into careers. If you're looking at liberal arts and management and you're interested in architecture, you can go down through construction management and what have you. And so it's multiple layers that the students will be able to explore. There's guided exploration with the teachers, and then the students are able to explore on their own. At any time, they have a login and they can explore on their own. The scope and sequence are aligned with our 5 career industries that the chamber has worked with and investigated in the community to be able to support. The other opportunity for us is the skills inventory. And you can see the slide on the board. The hands-on project, it's related to project-based learning. The teachers have an opportunity to participate in a monthly meeting if they need any support from the company. The company offers that free of charge. And then there's actually curriculums that are listed, even aligned with activities, books that would be age appropriate for the kids to learn the soft skills and what have you. We have students creating the student portfolio, and so our summer interns were able to begin just this week. This was literally their first week working in businesses, and they were able to provide not only a cover letter and a resume, but they were also able to provide their student portfolios showing their interest in the career industries where they worked. And then the last thing is the graduate will be able to go back and look at it. Obviously, our seniors, this was their first time working with it. Our rising juniors as well. But over the years, students will be able to go back. Teachers, our career and tech ed teachers, our internship teachers will be able to go back to see if there were more interest in a particular field, maybe more interest in technology as opposed to construction and manufacturing. Then there's guidance with coursework that can happen and opportunities for selecting pathways to determine which high school the students would want to participate in. So I'll stop there. Are there any questions?
Okay. let us entertain a motion on this item. Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? Okay, and it has been seconded by Mr. Ballou. We will now enter into comments from the board. Ms. Kennison.
I'll just be really quick. I don't have any questions for you, but we don't have a budget and we have a money problem. So we need to stop saying yes to more money. If we don't, we're just part of the problem. We're part of the problem. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
You mentioned sort of how many students had accessed this like one time, but can you, how many kids are actually like really using this to explore the things that it's intended to help them explore? Do we know that?
So we do have that. I don't have that data with me, but I can have the team send it. We can pull it from the software, and it shows each school, it shows each student. So we can pull the data from the software.
I'd like that, and we'll figure out how to make it public for Dr. Finney to see, and the others to see the answers as well. And just, this is not intended in any way to like pigeonhole kids into a particular path. This is helping them explore their interests and aptitudes, and that's it.
Exactly, that's it. Well said.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
I like what you've brought to us. I mean, it really sounds good. You know, there's been times when I've asked high school seniors, what are you going to do next year? And lots of times they didn't have a clue. They really didn't. I think this is something that's really needed. But the thing that most of all that impresses me about it is two words you mentioned: soft skills. Soft skills. Especially if you read and you do your research and your data post-pandemic, employers are more interested, or they find themselves becoming more interested in people who possess soft skills, who can work in groups, who can problem solve, who can think critically, think creatively. I like this. I like the fact that it ties into pathways and different things like that that are desperately needed. And we all have heard the horror stories about workforce in this city, you know, why we lose industry, why we lose companies, why people don't come to our city to set up their businesses. I think this type of program puts us on the right track. Just thank you for all the effort that you guys have put into this.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay, I've entered into the queue as well. I have, I guess, two questions. The one of them is, I know that you mentioned the students that are in internships right now, that they are creating their portfolios. Is this pretty much the platform that we're requiring internship programs to use within our district? And also attached to that, are there additional career-based platforms that we're using as well, or is this our central main platform that we use to guide career interest?
So you'll hear a little bit about Seamless. My colleague Chad O'Quinn will present on that. But Define Careers is different because it's exploration. It's understanding, you know, what this business is, what kind of employees are needed, you know, what does this career look like, what are the opportunities to navigate in the career, because not everybody's path is the same. And so the other programs are different, but I will mention that Define Careers is the only K-12 platform that we've been able to research and find with our, you know, broad team that meets career exploration.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Russ.
Yes, can you speak to the funding source for this, the career development funds, and how that works?
Sure. I'm going to invite Kelly Lopez to come up and give some more details, but I'll start while she makes her way forward. And so as part of MFP, there's a percentage of that funding that's allocated to career and tech ed, career development. And so there's special guidelines that the state requires you to manage those dollars and how you use those funds. Anything that we submit has to go through a committee, and then we submit it through to Ms. Lopez to be able to move forward, and she manages those guidelines. But she can speak to more detail.
So I don't really manage the guidelines. I just keep track of the money. So the CDF money is much like your SCA money. It's in level 4 of your MFP. It's extra money. You get about $6 per every child that takes a career and development class is how much you get. And you get 75% up front, and then they kind of they give you the other 25% at the end of the fiscal year. Now, I know there are significant guidelines on how you can use these funds. Mr. Nikes handled all of that, and he would call and he's like, yeah, I can do this, this, and this. Great, we'll do this, this, and this. But I know her staff handles but that's how you get the money. It's through the MFP.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to get clarification on, how and why we're using this tool in underneath that funding source. Obviously, there's strictures on how we can do that and what qualifies for what we can do with that money. We can't say take, $250,000 and say we're going to use that in the general fund for whatever else we want to do. So I just wanted that to be on the record. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we will now turn to comments from the public. Dr. Fanning.
Thank you. 3 quick points. There's more to education than training for a job. I'm puzzled as to why the chief of operations has anything at all to do with something that sounds academic. And until I heard Ms. Lopez speak, I had no idea where I would look in the budgets, not that you've approved any budgets, for career development funds. It sounds like it's coming from MFP, so it's in the general fund. Well, why doesn't the agenda item say general fund and then more specifically say which part of the general fund this would be spent under? And since you don't have a general fund budget, you should not approve this contract, either of these contracts yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote on item 4.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item G, consent agenda, Mr. Ballou.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Okay.
Are they put on a different? You just voted yes? You can have both of them? Great, thank you. We appreciate it. That's awesome.
Thank you, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ballou.
Consent agenda. The following items are to be approved as part of the consent agenda and are considered to be routine and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion of items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered as an item on the regular agenda for a separate vote preceding the last item on the regular agenda. Item number 2, advertising of bids 2023 to 2024. Consideration of a request to authorize staff to advertise, receive, and award bids for materials, equipment, supplies, and services through June 30th, 2024 to the lowest responsible bidder/proposer, meeting specifications and all state and federal requirements for quotes and formal invitations to bid. Item number 3, advertising an official journal 2023 to 2024. Consideration of a request for the approval to select the Advocate as the official journal, newspaper advertising of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System for the fiscal year 2023 to 2024. Item number 4, 2023 to 2024 Risk Management Program. Consideration of a request to approve the following risk management program recommendations. A, to authorize the administration to approve the most cost-effective property and casualty insurance program policy renewal package for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System for the 2023-2024 fiscal year and to provide for related matters. B, to approve a resolution authorizing the board president and the superintendent to execute and sign all documents to reject uninsured motorist coverage in connection with the East Baton Rouge Parish School System's automobile liability coverage and its self-insured retention program for the 2023-2024 fiscal year. C, to authorize the district staff to issue an RFQ for an independent third-party review of our entire risk management program to be completed by December 31st, 2023. Strategic alignment, operational excellence. Item 5, early childhood grade expansion. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following. A, Crestworth and Westminster Micro Center expansion to serve infants to 2-year-olds. B, open a micro center at Northeast Elementary School to serve infant to 3-year-old students in partnership with high-performing licensed child care providers in the EBR Early Childhood Community Network. Item number 6, grants, early childhood. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following 2023-2024 pre-K grants. A, Cecil J. Picard Early Childhood, LA4, in the amount of $7,248,420. B, non-public schools early childhood development, NSECD, in the amount of $814,680. Strategic alignment, student achievement. Item number 7, RFP selection, blended learning software. Consideration of a request to accept the recommendation from the RFP committee and authorize the superintendent and staff to execute the contract with Imagine Learning, Edgenuity, Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement, Funding Source, General Fund. Item 8, Professional Services Contract, AVID. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and AVID Center in the amount of $76,591 to provide individual graduation planning support and professional learning opportunities. Strategic alignment is student achievement and employee development. Funding source, redesign. Item 9, professional services contract, Dreambox. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract in the amount of $544,000 to provide a digital mathematics program. Strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, ESSER 3, Action 2. Item 10, professional services contract, National Institute for Excellence in Teaching, NIET. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and NIET in the amount of $427,500 to provide professional development on school improvement best practices. Strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, redesign. Item 11, contract renewal, Unemployment Compensation Controls, LLC. Consideration of a request for the approval of the contract renewal between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Unemployment Compensation Control Systems, LLC, UCCS, in the amount of $144,000 per year for a period of 3 years beginning July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2026. Strategic alignment, operational excellence, funding sources, disbursement, clearing fund. Item 12, contract agreement, Biable. Consideration of a request for the approval of a 2-year contract renewal between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Beable Education Incorporated in the amount of $121,652 for the career-based literacy platform for the following MSAP schools: Philadelphia Ray Elementary, Park Forest Elementary, Park Forest Middle, and Bel Air High Schools. Strategic alignment funding sourced MSAP grant. Item 13, policy JGBA-Recess bid and quotations. Consideration of a request for the approval of policy JGBA-Recess bid and quotations. Item 14, semi-annual financial tax plan update. Consideration of a request for the approval of the actual December 2022 semi-annual financial tax plan update and the 2022-2023 revised budget for propositions 1, 2, and 3. Strategic alignment, operational excellence. Item 15, bid Woodlawn High Classroom Addition. Consideration of a request for the authorization for staff to design, advertise, accept the low bid meeting the contract documents, and to make the award of a contract for construction of the Woodlawn High School Classroom Addition and renovation project as specified in a plan to improve facilities / technology, discipline, and compensation in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System, known as the plan, as revised through February 22nd, 2018, or reject any and all bids for just cause in accordance with the Louisiana Public Bid Law, Louisiana Revised Statute, Title 38, Chapter 10. Item 16, litigation. Consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation from Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel, East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, in the amount of Train Bowie, individual, and on behalf of the minor child versus East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, et al., docket number 705665, section 29, 19th JDC. That concludes the consent agenda items. I so move.
Thank you so much. Is it within, I guess, protocol for me to call for the items that need to be pulled? Okay, so are there any items that need to be pulled from
Did we
the?
get a second?
Yes.
Okay,
Madam Vice President, I'd like to pull items number 7, 8, and 9 from the consent agenda to be discussed separately.
okay. All right, thank you. So it has been moved by Mr. Ballou, and then Mr. Martin has pulled items 7, 8, and 9, and it has been seconded by Ms. Stewart. Okay, we will now entertain comments from the board on all items except 7, 8, and 9. Okay, seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Dr. Fanning.
I have a comment on item number 5, the micro center expansion. The only previous time a related topic came to the board that I could find was in April 2021, when the board voted down creation of micro centers at Westminster and Crestworth. And somehow they came into existence anyway. You haven't had a serious discussion about whether it makes sense to be privatizing pre-K services in our school buildings. I think you should. I think this is a very bad step down a slippery slope. Number 6, the early child grant. Be sure that the administration doesn't take an inch and assume you gave them a mile, because you're not approving the allocation of the grant, just accepting the grant. With respect to number 13, I think it's a dangerous and bad idea for you to double the superintendent's authority to spend money without board approval. With respect to number 14, I'm just reminded that the Proposition 1 annual budget is not in the special fund book, and that's a problem. And with respect to number 15, the construction manager doesn't know how many rooms that you will be buying for the Woodlawn expansion. So I guess the tax plan says spend money, so you spend money. I think all of those could have stood. It would have been reasonable to pull those, and maybe if 7, 8, and 9 weren't so outrageous, and you weren't already exhausted from trying to look at a budget that hasn't been actually prepared by the administration yet, maybe you could look at some of these other things a little more carefully. It was a nice thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews to speak to item G5. Yes, ma'am.
I hope that somebody pulls, if it's not too late, 13. We need to be watching every single penny that we are spending, and I agree with Dr. Finney that changing the amount that can be spent without it coming before the board at this point is not wise fiscally. I'm tired, y'all. Money-wise. There we go.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board on the consent agenda with the exceptions of items 7, 8, and 9. Okay. Seeing none, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Now, back to item 7, RFP selection, blended learning software, consideration of a request to accept the recommendation from the RFP committee and authorize the superintendent and staff to execute the contract with Imagine Learning, Edgenuity, Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement, Funding Source, General Fund. There is a presentation in regards to this item. Mr. James, Mr. Brickhouse, Mr. Clements.
Mrs. Smith, Ms. Sylvie, if you could come forward, please.
You all, I have to put her on blast. Miss Sylvie is one of my mentees. I was her supervising teacher when she did her student teaching, and now she's just a part of my family.
Good evening, board. My name is James Smith, and I work in the Office of Graduation Excellence. And speaking of the Edgenuity, which is Imagine Learning, just to kind of give you an update as far as what we're getting as far as our bang for our buck, there were 1,219 students enrolled in 1,715 credit recovery courses, initial credit recovery courses, and also using those means for our Back on Track students as well as our summer school students. And so we're looking at how we are actually making these things happen for our students. One, we looked at a report that said that almost 2,000 students that graduated this past May, 1,053 of those students had some form of credit recovery during the 4 years that they were, or the 8 semesters that they were in high school. And so that's more than half of our students that use that platform in order to use those credits to, or recoup those credits to graduate on time. We're also looking at, there are instances where we have shortages in schools, where there's not a teacher there or that subject is not being taught in that system. And so we use this platform to also have those kids still be able to be on track for their Carnegie units toward graduation without having to transport them to other schools or just not have those credits there. So Edgenuity has actually served our district. We are now up as far as the average completion. We went from 22% completion last year. We're up to 65% completion as far as our students really using the program to make sure that they are recouping those credits. And that comes from a lot of the different things that we've put in place as far as the Office of Graduation Excellence, where there's been excellent monitoring of what's happening within our schools to make sure that the facilitators or monitor what the kids were actually doing in those classes. It was actually put on their schedules, so they're not kind of taking several classes at one time, and they're kind of nilly-willy, just kind of taking all the courses at one time and really not getting through what they're supposed to. We're actually helping those students to really attain those credits to make sure that they are working toward graduation. Any questions?
Thank you. Okay, may we entertain a motion on item 7? Okay, it has been moved by Ms. Stewart and seconded by Mr. Lewis. Okay, and comments from the board. Mr. Lewis.
I support this item because I've seen firsthand what Edgenuity can do for a high school student who's fallen behind. A lot of kids, especially they come to high school, 9th graders, it's such a weird grade year for them. Kind of academics kind of falls off because they're involved in, who do I want to hang out with socially? Who's the new crowd I want to be around? And they fall behind. They fail some classes. So Edgenuity, in my experience, has been really good at helping kids get back on track once they get off a little bit. So I think Edgenuity is a great tool to have in our schools.
Thank you. And I've entered the queue as well. I just wanted to share as a parent, I want to say maybe around the time of COVID, I was working in Port Allen, and I actually decided to move my son to Port Allen temporarily. And he was an 8th grader who was taking geometry at Scotlandville Middle, and then I moved him to Port Allen to be closer to me. And there was no geometry teacher at the middle school, and so they assigned him Edgenuity. And from there, not only did he pass the class, but he passed the LEAP by having Edgenuity there.
For mediation.
Yes. So, and I'll say this, he didn't get support from his mama because I don't know geometry. That was my worst subject. So, I always tell him that he was smarter than me because he's able to take that class with that platform and actually have the data to support that it assisted him in his learning. So thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Very briefly, I just wanted to support the program. I wanted to compliment you on your ROI statistics that you provided. Y'all been listening to what we've been asking everybody. Y'all have the good fortune to have a more discrete, isolated platform that you can see the changes come much more quickly than the changes in literacy and others. So you got a little advantage there, a little head start. But I appreciate you framing it in that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, Mr. Russ.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question, not about the program, but about the item. It does not, as other items typically do, list the amount of the contract on the item on the agenda. Is that typical? Is that a problem?
Generally, we will list the price. I mean, we can, if you want, we can, I would suggest amending the motion. Is it an RFP or is it an actual, is this the RFP?
To accept the recommendation from the committee and authorize?
Yeah, so the board secretary just indicated to me that this is an RFP, so there's not a specific price point. The authorization is for us, the superintendent staff, to execute a contract. So you're authorizing us based on the RFP specifications to authorize that contract. And I think this is the item that had questions during the COW about how the price point worked with per student and whether there was a cap. So maybe you guys could provide details on that.
So there's one flat fee for Edgenuity for all student users and teachers, and that fee is $362,000, $524.40.
Okay.
So that one flat fee.
Okay. So it's not listed in the item because it's an RFP, but when we negotiate the contract, that's the amount we'll be working with.
Okay. Thank you.
Could you repeat that amount again for me?
$362,524.40.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comments in the queue, we will now turn to comments from the public. Ms. Matthews.
When you have a budget, there are some things you have to have, and Edgenuity is one of those things that we have to have. That's like your utilities. But for the contract, I'm going to say it again because we have to repeat things to make sure that we hear it. That when it's used for a situation for a teacher shortage, can the contract please spell out that a live teacher be on the other side of that camera for the majority of the time for the children not choosing that situation? So we use it for summer school. Those kids are choosing that situation. We use it for initial credit when they're trying to get ahead or do something. Those children are choosing that situation. If they know that they can learn in that platform, then that is great. It works. That's wonderful. Like I said, this is something that we actually do need. And I do hope that you actually approve this item. But for kids that this is not a choice for kids that just don't have a teacher and need that biology teacher or need this, and we have failed to staff that position, and they're being placed in this position until we get them a teacher, and they don't learn like that. They need a real human body on the other side of that camera. Since we are replacing proximity with this, we can outline that in the contract. And I do hope that as we are doing the contract that we do that. Because those kids aren't making that choice, and that would be in the best interest of all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Fanning?
Just to make sure I understood what the staff member just said, it's $362,524.40 if 20,000 students use it, and it's $362,524.40 if nobody uses it. That doesn't sound like a very good negotiation. But whatever, as Ms. Matthews said, the HR department hasn't successfully staffed the classrooms with the students we need, so perhaps something like this is needed. But please insist that the administration bring the contract back for your approval. I would suggest that you amend this. Well, better yet, put it off until you actually have a general fund budget. But if you approve this in the hopes that there might be $362,524.40 in some category of the general fund, then I think you should insist on taking out the word execute the contract. Let them negotiate something and then let the community see it. None of this, we can get you that. I've tried that. There's a law that says I should be able to get records. I shouldn't have to sue for them. Anyway, insist on some accountability from the visitor from Maryland and his colleagues, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment cards from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. Okay. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 8, professional services contract, AVID, consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and AVID Center in the amount of $76,591 to provide individual graduation planning support and professional learning opportunities, strategic alignment, student achievement, and employee development, funding source, redesign. Presentation by Dr. Robinson. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. So AVID is a part of the IGP program that the state requires, but AVID is one of the vendors on that particular list. So you did receive the presentation, and AVID is advancement via individual determination. 13 of our schools are currently using AVID high schools right now. The CRI and the URI schools are using it because it is required by the state, and that's paid for through the redesign grant. But AVID started several years ago by an English teacher in San Diego, California, who really was beginning to look at the fact that students were coming to school, they were not successful, they were not able to read, and you're talking about high school students. They were not graduating. And so her name was Mary Catherine Swanson from Claremont High School in San Diego, California. And having had the experience of being an AVID principal myself, it was very transformational for me and for my scholars at the time, because the type of school that I was the principal of as a middle school principal was not something that most people would want to send their children to. And it became a game changer for my scholars and for our culture and the climate of our school. It totally transformed what academics look like in the school. But here we are using it in a little bit of a different way in the state of Louisiana. It is initially, it came to this system before we got here, and principals were able to look at those principals at that time were able to look at the various programs that were on the approved list, and they selected AVID. Some of the principals when we got here were using AVID. Some schools were using AVID and One Goal. One Goal is still on the list. However, they are no longer in our district. And so we just had AVID. And so when the schools that needed it needed to have another partner, we chose AVID because it was consistent with everything that was already being done and to build the capacity of the principals. Last year, the schools went to various places where they were having the AVID training. This year, I did not want to spend the money on all the traveling. I wanted to be able to save as much as we could. And so we brought AVID here, which was a lot cheaper than everybody flying and going different places. And we had the Institute on last week. Very eye-opening experience for some of our school leaders and teams that came, but it brought about a sense of awareness. AVID helps build critical and analytical thinking skills for those students, our scholars that engage with AVID. It is a part of the IGP, the individual graduation plan that every student is required to have before they graduate, and usually those plans begin around the 8th grade. And every year the counselors will chart the things that for that particular year on their IGP until they get to 12th grade and graduate. So it is a part of the approved list of vendors that we can use, but whether or not a CRI or a URI, those are schools, high schools that are struggling academically, whether or not those schools are able to not have an IGP partner, that is non-negotiable. That's by the state requirement. So we're using AVID as the vehicle to support the IGPs for those students in those schools. And that's 13 of our high schools. So we have 2 that are not using that because they don't have to due to the academic status of those schools.
Thank you. All right, we will entertain a motion for item 8. Thank you. Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Russ. Is there a second? Okay, it has been seconded by Mr. Martin, and we will now turn to comments from the board. And I have entered into the queue. I just have if you are willing to yield to just a series of questions here. So as I think about AVID, I was wondering, how does this compare to what Ms. Scott Spalding mentioned to us earlier with the workforce development programs, defined careers, and U-Science Seamless. And then I was also wondering about like Quest for Success. How, or do all these programs work together, or are these isolated and completely different platforms? And do we use all of that within our schools?
The answer would be, now, in terms of what Ms. Scott Spalding presented, that is a part of workforce development, so that's sort of detached from what we're doing.
Okay.
But however, when it comes to Quest for Success is a course that the state has for high schools. You could do it in middle school, but typically it is done around the 9th grade. Could do it in middle school as well, but typically, usually it's going to fall around the 9th grade, maybe 8th grade, but definitely 9th grade. It is a year-long class that does support college and career readiness support. And AVID is a little different from that course in that Quest for Success is not a part of the IGP process, right? But AVID is. And so it's the course, AVID can be a course that can be isolated to just an AVID teacher, or it can be integrated into all of the content areas. And so many of the schools, that's what they've had to do so that they're able to meet the requirements around the master scheduling and all of those other requirements that they have in their schedules. So, but in terms of, now there is a component of AVID called Tallo that does allow for some very limited exposure to where it will look at various industries in our community, in our local community, as well as nationally, but specifically around, and then kids can really do like resumes, applications within Tallo for various businesses to teach them how to do an application and to how to look for career choices. And that would be isolated to students in a high school, because AVID is a program that, an initiative that can be placed in elementary as well as middle schools, but we do it here in the state of Louisiana. Typically it's on the list for high schools. Now we could do it in other levels, but the funding for it is specifically for high school.
Okay, and I remember you mentioned that there's a grant that supports this, correct?
Yes, the redesign grant.
Okay, and then also...
So it's not on the general fund, it's coming out of the redesign grant.
Okay. Also, or is there any data that supports whether or not the teachers have been implementing this, you know, on a regular basis within their classes? I know you said that it's kind of, I guess, an additional activity that's added to core classes or what have you.
Those are teaching strategies, methodology strategies that are added to support, like note taking. You can do college trips to support college and career readiness. Kids can research careers. They can do surveys and interviews. So the strategies can be abroad, right? Now, when it comes to the implementation of it, we were struggling, even when we got here, we were struggling with the success of the implementation. We've gotten better last year, last year, but I mean the year before, but there is still great room for implementation support. So that's why we brought everybody together this summer to have one institute, And it really, from the feedback that we were provided, it really and truly did make a difference in terms of the understanding for implementation. We've already begun to start working with schools around their plans, because there is a required plan that each school has to do. We wanted them to bring their school improvement plans, because AVID is a part of school improvement. And so instead of them having to do a whole separate plan, they were able to extract things from their school improvement plans to put into their AVID plans. But when it comes to implementation, again, to Mr. Lewis's point previously, there is great room for improvement that we really need to do when it comes to the implementation of all of these initiatives.
Thank you. That was what my final statement would have been as well, that I think that we just across the board need to work on what our accountability and our implementation standards are, possibly have frameworks and models that are put in place as well. But thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you. Almost from the beginning, Dr. Narcisse and his staff have talked about trying to align everything we do so our kids from, pre-K, kindergarten, elementary, middle, high school can have an idea of where they're going. And I'll pivot back to something I said earlier about asking high school seniors, what are you going to do next year, and kind of getting that blank look. I think AVID is a great tool when you layer it with everything else that we're doing. I'm very familiar with the Imagine, grant. I took part in that at my last school. I can support this primarily because it's coming from the grant, and secondarily because we need it. We really do. Our kids really need to have some type of idea of where they're heading once they walk across that stage. And for so many years that was not the case. I applaud y'all for the way you're integrating AVID into what we do, but let's not overwork our teachers with it. You know what I'm saying? If they're going to make it part of their school improvement plan, let's not make it so that the kids aren't getting the reading, writing, arithmetic, and all those other things that they need. But I think it's really good for our kids, and I think it's going to help our district in the long run. And that's why we're here.
So if AVID is successfully implemented, it focuses very heavily around literacy and the critical and analytical thinking skills that are needed in mathematics, that are needed in science, that are needed in social studies. Even with the new rollout that's coming with social studies, which is really going to be a mind blower for the state, because there are going to be some critical skills that students will have to be exposed to even as early as kindergarten, which was why we were focusing so heavily around the implementation of teaching science and social studies in the earlier grades. But AVID, if it is done correctly, focuses a lot around literacy, reading, critical to the other core content areas. AVID can be implemented, the strategies can be implemented in any content area, regardless to what it is.
And again, I'll go back to something I said earlier. Great teachers. So if we're going to use this, let's make sure that our teachers are prepared and they can implement it and they can weave it into what they do every day in their classrooms. Because it's a program, like so many other things that we've talked about tonight. And it's going to come down to that person standing in front of those kids.
Absolutely.
Great teachers will harvest great results.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennison.
You said this was a requirement by the state?
The IGP.
IGP is a
Individual
requirement.
Graduation Plan.
Okay.
And AVID is the vehicle by which we're using to implement those IGPs.
And there's no other programs of the many, many programs that we're talking about
It's not
tonight
a-
and otherwise that could be used? It sounds like it's similar to a lot of other ones. Is it just, in what way, like, just individual graduation planning is a requirement by the state?
That part is.
That
is
part
required.
is
Yes, ma'am.
required.
And AVID is just one of those that's on the approved list.
Right.
It's not very many.
And when
that's on
when
there.
did that become a requirement?
It's been for a few years now.
And
Since before I think I returned back to the state of Louisiana.
you said it's already being used in 13 schools. Do we currently have a contract?
We're currently in a contract with them, yes.
We are?
For for this previous school year.
Did the board vote on that?
Yes, this contract, I think it expires June 30th.
June 30th.
So we're looking to re-up for the new fiscal year.
So the board voted on it a year
Yes,
ago?
ma'am.
Okay. I'm done, thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no other board comments, we will now turn to comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
I'll be brief, believe it or not. One of my pet peeves is acronyms that aren't explained. I hope you all know what CIR and UIR stand for, because I haven't the foggiest idea. And the other point is that you had a special fund budget hearing. Nowhere in that hour and a half or whatever did I hear this particular grant or special fund mentioned. So it's only $2 million. Presumably there's room for $76,000, but you don't have a budget. You won't have a budget for 2 weeks. I don't think anybody's going to be doing a lot of work on their individualized graduation plans in July. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think you should really put off this purchase until you at least have a budget for the fund from which the money is going to come. Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other comment cards, and we will now return to comments from the board. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the floor to extend our time? We see that it is now 8:50 p.m. We do have a couple of more items about two items that we need to cover. Yes. So 10 minutes?
Yeah, it's actually one item.
Okay, it's one? Okay.
Yeah. If you think we can do it in 10 minutes, we can cover it. If not, we'll need to extend.
Okay. All right, well, let us continue. Okay, so item 9, professional services contract, Dreambox. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract in the amount of $544,000 to provide a digital mathematics program, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, ESSER 3, Action 2. Dr. Robinson?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. So
Remember, they said you only have 9 minutes now, so we got to get through the whole
I'm
item.
trying to do it in 3. So when we came to EBR, same process as was before with Achieve was done with Dreambox as well. And we looked at data to assess where we were. Again, schools, there was not a consistent program for every school like we're doing with Dreambox. Schools were kind of using different programs, but we brought this here, and I think we had at that time in that meeting. I think there were a couple of other additional staff members that came in to the meeting as well. But Dreambox is a supplemental support to our Tier 1 curriculum, which is Eureka. And it is both an intervention as well as an enrichment opportunity for students. The company actually, their ask would be the 5 lessons per week. We're somewhere around 3.5. We're getting to 4 lessons per week. Again, our teachers have been really noble in working to ensure that the students are on Dreambox. The kids, I've gone into schools, same with Achieve, but I've gone into schools with Dreambox to really talk with kids. They love the little caricatures that come with it, and when they finish their work, then the teachers will assign them to it. The data from Dreambox can be used to help create, amongst other data sources, to create small group instruction, small groups, so that teachers are able to do small group. Every school, Mr. Lewis, is in fact using Dreambox, sir. Even if we have one student in the school using it, which we probably would see in some of our schools that are dedicated magnet highs. But our students are using, and 96% of the students K-8 are using Dreambox. We did see an increase in our math data this previous leap. We have not gotten the data back from this year, but we did see approximately little over 3%, almost 3.5% gains in our, now, we attribute the success of that to our teachers who have been really pushing these initiatives within their classrooms. Dreambox simply was a venue to help us getting there with our LEAP. We are excited to see what the LEAP does look like for this upcoming school year. We do have a lot of, one of the things that with Achieve as well as with Dreambox, there is a lot of professional development. We've had to do a lot of it virtually because of COVID and returning back from COVID, but we do have a professional development.
I apologize, Dr. Robinson.
2 seconds.
Okay.
Okay. We do have a professional development scheduled for 175 of our teachers this year. So it's a 2-day cohort. Yes.
Thank you. Is there a motion from the floor to accept this item? Okay, thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Russ and seconded by Mr. Lewis. And we will now take comments from the board. Mr. Martin.
Very quick question. Can you confirm, are we using Eureka curriculum? Are we moving to using Eureka curriculum in all of our schools universally?
We use Eureka in all of our schools except for 2 of our high schools and Eva Lagarde. They're using, we piloted illustrative in Eva Lagarde this year, and the principals at Baton Rouge High and Liberty were able to select, and they selected illustrative for their schools. We're inheriting Capital, who was already using illustrative, so those schools will be using that, but everybody else is using Eureka.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no other comments from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public. Ms. Matthews.
So all of the programs that the teachers and students said that they work because of buy-in are listed as moderate in the presentation. You can have the absolute best lesson in the world, but if you don't have a hook and you don't get the kids to buy into it, you have nothing. At least, this one's only $544,000, but that is money all the same. And the $1 million somebody asked earlier, how do we gauge growth throughout the year if we don't have this program and Achieve? The 1 million ANET and Illuminate tests that we take all year long do gauge that growth throughout the year.
Thank you. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. Again, not every child is alike. You should treat teachers like professionals. And the reason I suspect that there was 96% participation is because students were forced to do Dreambox, whether it was to their educational benefit or not. Kids are unique. If you want to have this resource available, that's one thing, although $500,000 is a lot of money. But what I heard was even more concerning about Dreambox is the fact that it was done to the students, not available for the students. And let me repeat the anecdote from a parent. On the last day of school, or at least in the last week, her child had an opportunity to engage in an interesting lab experience and was instead forced to sit in the front of a computer and do busy work so that the school would not get in trouble for not having compliance with Dreambox. That should never happen. And if you don't fund this, it's less likely to happen. And another reason you shouldn't fund this and you should defer this for at least a few weeks is that the funding source is identified as ESSER 3 Action 2, not the Gates grant, by the way. And you don't have a budget for ESSER 3. ESSER 3 is one-time money. If the expectation is that you're going to use this program year after year after year, you need to have a sustainable funding source, and you have to have a way of actually gathering useful data. Because I don't think there is a line of people behind me with positive, qualitative anecdotes about how great this program is. In fact, the anecdotes I've heard have been quite critical of it. So I think it would be prudent of you to not approve this contract tonight, possibly consider it once you have a budget, and then vote it down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So quick question, do we just simply continue considering that it is 8:59?
Can I move to extend our time?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to move to extend our time to finish this discussion very quickly. I don't think it'll take long.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Mr. Russ that we extend our time to fulfill this particular item as well. And with that in mind, I do have a question.
You need to.
Okay.
You need to entertain a vote, yes.
Okay, so.
Motion second, allow
Okay.
comments in the vote.
Moved by Mr. Martin, seconded by Mr. Russ, and what was that last part you said?
And we'll have to take comments from the board, audience, and back to the board.
Okay, comments from the board. My name is in the queue for this particular item. Okay,
Well, this comment is on extending the meeting.
okay, yes. Okay, seeing none. All right, comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. You wouldn't have to go through this if you rescinded that ridiculous policy, which you should at your earliest possible opportunity. This is not the way to run a governmental body. Thank you.
Comments from the board. Okay, seeing none, we can enter into a vote. This is to extend the time for this particular item.
Roll call.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, returning to conversation about item 9 in regards to the professional services contract of Dreambox. And I have entered into the queue. My question was about, just as what Dr. Finney has mentioned, about the funding source for Dreambox. Is there a grant that supports this?
Yes. So this particular year of Dreambox would be coming from ESSER, which it was already designated last year to come from ESSER this year. This is a part of a, we entered into a grant with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, as well as LSU, and they are supporting us in this effort around the professional development. And we do have 2 of our representatives from our Dreambox, so you could always meet with them after if you would like to. But this is a part of that process. We've also spoken with Dreambox in terms of trying to negotiate for this year to kind of bring the price down a little bit more on Dreambox as well. And so we're in that process of doing that.
Okay. All right, I do have another question then. So what is, do you happen to know the cost for the professional development?
I think that was $178,000, if I'm not mistaken. But that cost is being absorbed by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation through the grant.
Okay, and one last question. So beyond this year, would we be able to continue Dreambox possibly with that particular grant, or would this be the final year that we have secured funding
So
for Dreambox?
the grant does not pay for Dreambox, so that we would then have to look at how we will fund for the last 2 years of the grant, Dreambox. So there are multiple things that could be done, but we would have to look at that.
So that means we have to pretty much eat the cost of $544,000. Okay,
Yes.
I got you. Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Yeah, I noticed on the last slide of the presentation that there was a revised or realigned original quote.
Yes, that was an error, Mr. Russ, but that is what we're looking at, trying to reduce the price.
So the correct is this?
$544.
Okay, so the price is $544.
Yes, sir.
So
Right
the
now.
slide is not accurate. Okay. That's all. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
I have a hard time separating out my position on this from my position on the Achieve thing. We decided with Achieve that the best thing to do was to table this for until the next meeting. And so I'd like to either offer a friendly amendment or a substitute motion to table this until the next meeting.
Okay, Mr. Russ and Mr. Lewis, do you accept the friendly amendment of being able to table this until the July meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, considering there are no other comments in the queue, we will entertain a vote.
And the motion is to defer
To
to the
defer
regular
until-
meeting of July.
Yes.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, so we're now to item H, new business, student expulsion. Mr. Shamlin?
Yes, ma'am. As the superintendent was able to resolve this matter with the parent, and because the item was placed by motion and second of the board, we can simply remove it if there's no objection from any of the board members who are currently here.
Is there any objection?
No objection, then the matter will be removed from the agenda.
Okay, thank you. So item H1 it will be removed from the agenda, and we're now to organizational items. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Announcement of meetings. Special meeting to be held on June 29, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Committee of the Whole to be held on July 6, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Regular meeting to be held on July 20th, 23 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. With that, can I move to adjourn tonight?
Yes, thank
I
you
move
so
to
much.
adjourn.
Have a great night, everyone.